afternoon. It's Tuesday, February 4th, 2025. This is the regular meeting of the City Council, City of Marina. And can we please get a roll call? Yes. Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy, Councilmember McAdams,
Here.
Mayor Bruce Delgado, not here. Councilmember Biala,
Here.
Councilmember Vischer.
Here. Thank you. City Attorney, do we have any changes to the closed session agenda?
There are no changes to the closed session agenda.
Okay, let's open it up to public comments for anybody here in the room who would like to speak. Welcome. You have up to 3 minutes.
Press the button there. There you go.
Good evening, Marie Weiner. I live on California Avenue in Marina. It indicated that as part of your executive session that you'll be discussing a lease with Los Animas Concrete on city-owned property. In regard to the terms thereof, there should be no further terms. There should be no negotiation of any further lease with this Los Animas Concrete. Los Animas has demonstrated that they do not comply with the terms of their leases and the ordinances of the city. What Los Animas has learned from years of experience with the city of Marina is that it can do whatever it wants to do without any repercussions at all. When Los Animas' original conditional use permit expired in 2010, the city ignored that Los Animas continued operations for 2 more years without any permit until 2012. And when Los Animas' next conditional use permit expired in 2017 and its non-renewable lease expired, why didn't the city of Marina close it down? Why is it when it comes to Los Animas Concrete, the city of Marina does nothing? Los Animas operated a cement plant on city-owned property for 7 years from 2017 to 2024 without any permit whatsoever and without any lease. And indeed, with a prior lease that explicitly stated that there would be no further extensions. Why is it when it comes to Los Animas Concrete, the city didn't take action to close down its operations, such as an eviction or a nuisance lawsuit, rather than allow it to operate for 7 years without a conditional use permit? Why is it that when it comes to Los Animas Concrete, the city doesn't enforce its own lease to remove Los Animas from city-owned property when the non-renewable lease expired? Why is it that when it comes to Los Animas Concrete, the city does not impose any civil monetary penalties for its operation of a cement plant for 7 years without a permit? It's come to my attention that perhaps I was not clear the last time I spoke 2 weeks ago in regard to the terms of any lease. My position is that there should be no further lease, that operations should completely stop, and that there should be no further negotiation of any lease on city-owned property with Los Animas to do a concrete plant. But if this council decides to completely ignore the pleas of the Dunes residents and ignore what the residents have had to say, then any new lease should be for a very, very short period of time, such as 1 year, for them to finish their operations and shut down. And then a 6 months to move all their equipment, break down their plants, and leave a level ground field thereafter, and not to be doing any operations during that 6 months. And that any such lease should make it clear that there is no renewal.
Excuse me, Marie.
Thank you.
Time is up. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Hi, how's it going? Thanks for the time. My name is Tom Lubo, and I stand before you today as a Marina citizen, homeowner, and most importantly, father. I live on the corner of California and 9th Avenue, so I see Los Animas' operations every single day. I am pleading with this council to not issue a new lease for Los Animas Concrete. This company and its suppliers create an unsafe environment for the children of Marina and the students of CSUMB. They run the stop signs and they cross the double yellow center divider on a daily basis. I've called the owner, Mr. French, over 5 times in the past 2.5 years. He said, and I quote, "I cannot control my suppliers." He then said that he would talk to his drivers and fire anyone who ran the stop sign after that. 2 years later, and no one has been fired as far as I can tell. Only one of the 12 plus reported drivers obeys the stop signs. None of the suppliers do. He is unable to control his own employees, and he is unwilling to communicate with his suppliers. They are a blight upon this community. Letting them operate at night and on Saturdays when children are out of school further endangers the children who play outside and cross this intersection daily. I want to know why Los Animas cannot serve current existing contracts from their Santa Cruz facility 36 minutes away. I want to know why the city cannot engage other cement companies in Seaside or Salinas if LA cannot service from Santa Cruz. And I want to know why we would consider a 4-year lease that limits the ability of the city to execute on the general plan to further develop this area for 4 years. Home values will be less next to a heavy industrial facility. This will hurt Marina home taxes and future developments for years to come. If this council insists on issuing a new lease for this irresponsible entity, then you have an obligation to solve this problem. It seems to me, with minimal response to any enforcement, that the only solution is to build an access road to ensure the safety of our citizens, such that these trucks will not operate in a residential neighborhood. You can build a road from Los Animas to 8th Avenue through the land that is already slated for development under the general plan. You'll have to get environmental approvals for that anyway. I want to know if this council will prioritize 4 years of sales tax revenue over the safety and lives of its citizens. If that turns out to be the case, and I am sure many others, would be beyond disappointed. Voting in favor of this new lease does not align with the mission statement and vision statement that you were all elected to uphold. I hope that you make the right decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for attending this meeting. Let's see. We have a few people online who wish to speak as well. The first one will be Tom Sahivalis. Tom, it's your turn to speak. You will have up to 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. A good evening, honorable council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Tom Zaharalis, and I live on California Avenue. I'm here tonight to strongly oppose the request from Los Animas Concrete and Building Supplies to approve night operations for the next 4 years. Approving nighttime operations would have significant negative consequences for residents on California Avenue and those directly adjacent to Los Animas Concrete plant. Increased noise from concrete mixing, cement trucks, traffic, safety, and industrial operations during nighttime hours will disrupt my family's and our neighbors' sleep, mental duress, violating existing nighttime noise ordinances designed to protect public health and well-being. Many of us choose to live in Marina for its peaceful environment, and allowing this type of industrial activity at night directly threatens the quality of life and mental health of many of our residents. I'm shocked the city council would even consider this request. Sleep disruption is more than an inconvenience. It is a serious health and safety issue. Studies show that chronic noise exposure at night leads to higher stress levels, decreased cognitive function, and increased risk of health problems such as high blood pressure and heart disease. Residents, including families and of young children and seniors, deserve uninterrupted rest. The noise from heavy machinery and cement trucks throughout the night will make that impossible. Additionally, late-night industrial activity poses safety risk. Very limited sidewalk access on California Avenue, lack of lighting on 8th Street and half of California Avenue, no bike lanes for safe passage on California at night. Increased cement truck traffic on California Avenue at night creates hazards for drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians, especially in low visibility. This is an unnecessary risk when a viable alternative already exists. Los Animas Concrete has a fully operational location in Santa Cruz at 146 Encinal Street. It makes far more sense for them to utilize this location late at night instead of disrupting Marina residents from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. The Santa Cruz site is better suited for late night operations because of its proximity to Highway 1, and it's located in an industrial section of Santa Cruz where there are no residential homes. I urge the City Council to prioritize the well-being of Marina residents by denying this request in the lease. Instead, Los Animas Concrete should be required to use their Santa Cruz location for any night operations. Protecting our residents' peace, health, and safety must come first. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Tom. Our next speaker on Zoom is Min. Min, you are unmuted. Can you please, you will have up to 3 minutes as well.
Hello, yes. I'm also living on California Avenue, and as per previous speakers, I did look up the lease for Los Animas, and it had expired in 2017, as well as the CUP, the use permit. So I don't understand why they're operating illegally for so many years, and they are disrupting lives. And so a company that's not very nice is disrupting my life, and I'm a taxpayer. I don't break the laws as far as I know. I'm not disrupting the neighborhood. So why are they affecting me? And I'm innocent here. So yes, I actually do wake up 6 o'clock, regardless of when I sleep now, because between 6 and 6:30, that's when the noises begin. So I have to get up. Sometimes I get 4 hours sleep. Sometimes I get less. Sometimes I get 6. But I have to get up at 6 o'clock no matter what, because I just hear them. And I either go downstairs and put on my headphones and start working, or I go to my office in the back of the house and start working. But in any room, I can still hear them. So I just don't understand why my life is being disrupted. And I'm not the one causing anyone else any grief. Anyway, so this is not good. I wear headphones all day now. Sometimes it just crushes my ears after about 6 hours, but 6 hours later it's 12 noon. Now they're still going, so I have to keep wearing them. The other choice is I don't know. There's no other choice. Soundproof my house. Go work in the library, but my computer, my equipment are here, and I have to run tests on the stuff that I work on. Anyway, you can hear my frustration. It's every day, 5 days a week, sometimes Saturdays. It's just not, I just don't have peace. And on Sunday, yeah, so that's nice. 1 day a week. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Min. Our next speaker on Zoom is Carol.
Yes. Hi, my name is Carol Ng. I live on California Avenue. You have received the group petition of, I think, 76 signatures as of now, and will grow more, maybe, seeking the City Council to deny a new lease to Las Animas. So these are your people, your residents, Marina residents, who are speaking to you to ask you to deny this new lease to this company from Santa Cruz, which is way outstayed, is welcome. And if you are still undecided on whether to vote for this lease, or you have decided that you're going to vote for this lease, can I please beg and beseech you to please come on a weekday? I won't ask that you come at 6 a.m. It's still dark. Can I ask that you please come and stay on a weekday between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. and experience the truck going by for yourself in real life? There are a lot of times when you vote on things, perhaps, and things have not occurred yet, and you don't know how it's going to be, and you're looking at it on paper. But this is a chance, an opportunity where you can examine all the facts. And there's a lot, and I understand that it's probably quite difficult for you to process and remember all of them, because I know all about it and how wrong it is. And I can imagine how difficult it is for you. But if you're still undecided or you're thinking of voting, can you please take the time on a weekday and spend between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. and stay here to examine and experience the fact before you vote? Because you are voting to put the lives of people here to more than 3,000 hours of it in 1 year. Can you please take the time, 1 hour, 7 to 8 a.m. on a weekday, please? Yeah, my husband puts on headphones the whole day now from 6 a.m. all the way throughout. We can't have a conversation. He bought good headphones to be able to protect himself, his mental thing, such that even during lunchtime when we're eating, he's wearing it and we can't talk. And my mental and physical health is also badly affected. I didn't realize until I go to see the osteopath every 2 weeks. And then I realized that my weight has been on a steady decline since November when this started. There were 2 days where I was so traumatized that I couldn't do anything because I was just so traumatized. There was just 2 days where it just got tripped from being too much the previous day. One day I went to the Marina library, but I couldn't calm myself down because my nervous system wouldn't calm down. And on another day, I was at home and my nervous system wouldn't calm down either. So those 2 days are completely washed out where I couldn't do anything. Please deny the lease. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol. And thanks to all the speakers here and on Zoom who have given us their comments. We will now go into closed session and we will reconvene here at 6.
Thank you everyone for being here. We are way late getting started because we had about 5 or 6 different legal issues, small to large, that required some time and a property negotiation. And I'll turn it over to our city attorney to report out what we have to report out on those matters.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So no reportable actions were taken. With respect to item 4D, direction was provided to staff, and that item will return to closed session in the near future.
Microphone, please.
Thank you. This is February 4th, 2025, regular city council meeting. And if you could all stand, please, for a moment of silence, and then I'll lead us in the pledge. We have a GIS program update as a special presentation. Randy Hopkins, our police chief, are you going to be giving this tonight?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
First of all, I just wanted to thank the city manager for letting me take this meeting from my house due to the weather, and so appreciate the support from the city. So I'll be giving this presentation along with Deputy Chief Sweeney and Mark Max from Rincon. So next slide, please. So I just wanted to kind of walk through the council what we've been doing with the GIS program and some of the steps that we've taken. This was the paper map that I inherited when I started in December 2021. And so working with the city manager's office, we were able to get a contract with Rincon. And I've really been trying to build up the city's GIS program through a few different phases. The first phase was to get the community development department up and running. And then we've been working with engineering, and more recently, we've been working with the fire department. So next slide, please. So we actually, the first phase was getting community development up and running. So we have all of the big 3 projects mapped on our GIS program. We have council districts. We have the fora trails. We have the police beats. We have general plan. We have zoning layers. All of that's been mapped. And if you go to the planning department website, you can see that. So next slide, please. Yeah, we also have our housing opportunity sites. Anyone can see the sites that were mandated by the housing element to keep and focused on for housing. We have the downtown specific plan, which just got adopted. All of those parcels have their appropriate new designations after the adoption of the downtown plan. We've also worked with Rincon to create recusal maps for the Planning Commission and the City Council so that you're voting on items in an appropriate manner. And so that's some of the work that I've been doing, just something near and dear to my heart. And now I just wanted to pass it off to Deputy Chief Sweeney. He can walk you through some of the work that we've been doing with him for the last year for the fire department. So I passed it off to the Deputy Chief.
Division Chief, not looking for promotion yet. Thank you, Guido. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to talk just for a couple of minutes about what this has done for the fire department and more importantly, the community. This is really going to be able to improve our response to the city, particularly in the newly developed areas of the city where we don't currently have GIS maps that cover it. When we respond to a lot of the areas in the dunes and Sea Haven right now, our captains on the engine are relying on Google or Apple Maps. Those aren't always accurate, nor do they have, as you can kind of see on the map there, each parcel has its specific address where, you know, Google Maps doesn't exactly have that. So this is very catered to our city. These are also going to be easily updated, working with Rincon as the city continues to develop on the north end of the station with, on the north end of the city with Marina Station. Once we have those parcels, we'll be able to add those to the maps, reprint these easily enough, and get them out to the engine companies, which will really do a lot for our timely responses to emergencies. These maps also have every fire hydrant in the city. Some of the red lines you can see on there indicate driveways. So they really do improve the speed that we're able to get where we need to go. Our last map revisions, the ones we're working off of now, are from 2014. As you may be aware, there's been a lot of change since then. So we are sorely overdue for updates. And we're excited to have them. The other thing this is going to do, being able to work with Rincon and GIS, is we're going to be, I think you've probably heard Chief McCowan talk about it, moving to a system called Tablet Command that's going to run on iPads in the engine that allow us to run incidents, but they also have mapping involved. So we're going to be able to integrate these GIS maps into Tablet Command to where if we come up to what we call a target hazard, a particularly hazardous building or an apartment complex, we can tap on that GIS map and bring up pre-plans for that building that give us construction indications, population, et cetera. So that'll be really nice once that gets launched early this year. We have a few more things that we need to do with the maps. I'm talking with Guido about future budget for map updates to improve these even more and give us a little more information on them. So that'll be good, as well as once we add Marina Station. And while I'm up here, I just wanted to say thank you to Guido and Max and Hannah at Rincon for all the work they've done. They really got this launched, and it's been great. It's really going to help fire department operations. So I'll stick around and answer any questions anyone may have afterwards. Thank you.
Next up,
Presentation.
Max for Rincon. Max from Rincon is up next, Mayor. He's going to kind of share, you know, we've kind of set the baseline, but he's going to share potentially what the city could do moving forward with the GIS program. So Max, I'm going to pass it off to Max.
Yeah, thanks, Guido. Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank the council tonight for the opportunity to kind of highlight some of the GIS work that's been going on the past couple of years. So some enhancements and evolutions, you know, the next steps for the GIS program with the city. I'm sure some of you have used or seen the City of Marina Parcel Viewer, you know, the interactive web map where users can go and type in their address and find their zoning and their land use. We're in the process of converting that to a new and enhanced platform. Esri is depreciating the current application that it's using, so we're almost done finalizing the upgrades to it. It's going to include a lot of new features such as layer widgets that are going to be more segmented, so it's not all just in one list. So really excited to roll that out. We're going to continue work with the fire department to ensure that all the maps and the data that we're creating is thorough and accurate, and it remains updated for operational use. And really also support all the various departments at the city. My understanding is, you know, the public works and engineering departments are in the early stages of implementing CityWorks, an asset management program. CityWorks is very reliant on GIS, so a main focus of this year is to make sure that the implementation goes successfully and smoothly. And then the last 2 points, you know, now that we have really the foundational data sets and we have an ArcGIS Online environment for the city, we can really kind of start to build and promote and create some really cool products as it relates to public-facing and internal applications. You know, with the ArcGIS Online subscription the city has, we have access to a lot of robust tools, being able to create applications as just, you know, potentially a capital improvement dashboard, you know, being able to really display to the public what's going on in their city, and really kind of promote what makes the city of Marina great. Next slide, please. Yeah, and so these, I just wanted to highlight, we have another local government client with the city of La Quinta, and these are just some of the GIS product examples we've created for them that is kind of, very replicable that we can do here with the city of Marina. One is the project development map, which is really, an interactive web application that displays the ongoing developments with the city, being able to display information such as the name, the project description, staff assigned, how to contact staff, as well as project status. So, is it under review, under construction, all that good information, and really making that available to the public. Another one was, the city of La Quinta really values the public art they have. So we created a very interactive and detailed art tour where, the public can go and view all these different art pieces, and just something similar to this where we can really start to create applications that highlights a lot of the city features.
So Max, I think that's the conclusion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Mayor and the council, we just wanted to highlight some of the work we've been doing. Looking forward to working with the Public Works team and continuing to work with fire to make sure that their maps are operational. There's much more we could do, and we look forward to using this really powerful software to help residents and help the community. So that concludes our very brief presentation. So
Thank you, Guido. Thank you, Max. Thank you, Mark. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be equally as brief. First of all, Guido, planning staff, public safety, thank you for your passion in this. It's a great tool. Tongue in cheek, I say welcome to the 1990s. I, lived in Fairfax County and in the 90s, and we had a GIS system that, rivaled much of what I've seen in California. And it's nothing against the city of Marina. It's just, different localities have done different things over time. Comment, remember that our membership in AMBAG offers some free GIS support. Please don't forget about that. And if you find that it might be useful for the city, take them up on working with their GIS support staff. Could be in addition to what Rincon is offering us. So on the question side, I just want to ask, what is the best practice in terms of sharing what I think is called layers with other agencies? So like with the county, and also receiving some of that layer data from the county so that we can implement it into our local GIS system.
yeah, I have some answer, but Max, if you want to answer that from the GIS.
Yeah, I can speak a little to that. Being able to provide data back and forth with AMBAG is as straightforward as being able to package what we call map packages together, where we can include symbology and data and all that GIS information. And so being able to send GIS information back and forth with AMBAG is a pretty straightforward process. In terms of collaborating with the AMBAG's ArcGIS Online organization, there are options where we can they can add us to groups and we can work collaboratively through these online products. It would just require a little more discussion with the AMBAG GIS staff on exactly their process and their workflow and how the city would integrate into that.
Thank you. So yeah, I think it would be really worth having those discussions and building those relationships. And I'll end my comments by saying also, to the extent we can make as much of this data available to the public, I think there's a lot of value there too. I mean, people like me and developers and people that might want to buy a home in Marina, oftentimes would love to sit down and look at this and take less staff time away and just find the data themselves. So thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Thank you. We have a lot of residents that want to know what's going on with their streets. When's the next time they're going to be upgraded in some fashion? So is there any way, is it appropriate for this to tag streets with dates by which they're planned to get work? So citizens can go online and click on their street and up comes whatever plans might be in the works.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then similarly, getting more into the weeds, we have a lot of requests for citizen assists, like there's a bunch of litter, there's graffiti, things that people report to the city. And we already have another software package where I think some of these might be going, but is this an appropriate place to tag a citizen request? So if it's my house, my street, if I can click on my street in here, in this GIS software can I find out what's going on with my street? Like there's been some maintenance requests or something like that. How does it dovetail with the other software? What's the name of that, Brian? What's the name of that lane? CityWorks, yes. Is there any connection between this and CityWorks? Any communication between the two?
I don't know if I've gotten that far talking with Ishmael. We can certainly have those conversations, Mayor. But yeah, there's definitely some interplay in terms of, you know, the see, click, fix software or how we roll it out with GIS. But I haven't had that in depth of a conversation with Ishmael yet about that.
All right. So I don't want to recreate the wheel. I figure that every city has the same needs. So La Quinta or other cities, Max, is there some communication between CityLink and CityWorks and this?
Yeah. Yeah, I can speak a little to about that. You know, GIS is really the core for a lot of these applications, whether it be a 311 application or, you know, an asset management software. It all stems from having, you know, GIS capabilities and software. You know, in terms of, you know, what I think you're discussing about, you know, being a citizen being able to put a request. From my experience, almost all these applications run on an underlying GIS data set. In terms of, you know, creating a map, you know, a map where we can display information about road closures and all of that. That is a key feature of GIS, is being able to take a street and apply attributes and symbology. So, you know, when they click on a road, it will pop up with last maintenance was on this date. You know, orange means it's almost complete. You know, the possibilities of the different kind of pop-ups and displays we can provide to the public is really a lot of possibility. But I emphasize that the core of all these softwares and these applications is the GIS capability that the city now has with the ArcGIS Online organization.
All right. Thank you, Max. Thank you, Guido. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to find out. So Rincon is involved right now for the whole setup of the system for us. Are we contracted you for long-term engagement? So I know that these huge systems often are not maximized because new staff don't get trained and new developments don't happen over time. And so how long do we have Rincon for? Is it just for this initial kind of setup, or are you going to be responsible for ongoing training of staff and updating the systems? Is that built into the
contract? Correct me on the technical details, but we're actually hosting our own GIS software. Isn't that correct? That's what you and Hannah created.
Correct. Yes. So all the data is city owned. You know, Rincon doesn't have any of the city's data on our servers. The city hosts all its own GIS data.
Okay,
Right.
so I don't understand the role, I guess. So you don't, since it's our system and he's just helping put it together, he's gone basically. Rincon is not going to be doing updating, training, and further development as we go along. It's our system once he sets it up. Is that correct?
No, we have an ongoing relationship with Rincon, and
Okay.
we're continually adding layers, working with them. And so, yes, hopefully this will become a long-term relationship that they can continue to help us.
Okay, because just in my experience with corporate America, they switch to new systems, and then the training aspect goes away, and people lose then all the capabilities of the system because, you know, they're not getting educated or they're not being trained properly on what we have, and so people don't use those things when we have it, but nobody knows about it anymore as time goes on. So you will be involved, and we very sensitive to ongoing training and consultation.
Absolutely.
Great. And I also know that we've worked very hard on our infrastructure maintenance programs. Does that all get somehow integrated into all of this? Or is that
Yeah,
completely
and like I
different?
said, my first phase was to get CDD operational. We've been working with fire, and next phase for the next year and a half is to work closely with public works and engineering. So that'll be the
Okay.
next kind of phase of the program.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and thank you everybody who is working on this. And just to tell Guido, when I started working as an on-site HOA manager here in the summer of 2019, I optimistically visited the Public Works Department, Planning Department, thinking I would get digital maps, but even paper maps were hard to get. And just for the public, I know some people are just like me concerned about maintenance or backlogs, even just to get mapped out where the street lights are was very hard and not always correct. So this is a huge task, and I'm happy to hear that it's being taken care of now. It will take time, but it's very important. So thank you all for working on this, and I'm optimistic. Thank you.
So I think that we're done with this item. Thank you, everyone who's helped out. And we go to council and staff announcements and then public comment. Okay, let's start with staff.
Go ahead, Andrea.
Good evening. Super excited to give you a very quick update on Windy Hill. As you know, our new playground is going to be here soon. I don't have an exact date yet, but very soon. And we've had some public comment regarding fencing the playground due to safety concerns, especially around special needs. And so I want to show you this new image with a fence around the playground. We were able to make this happen. It's the same wood as the rest of the playground features, so it matches, it's beautiful, and it's going to keep our kiddos safe. So just want to let you know we were able to make that happen. And then the next slide is a rendering of the bathroom that will be at Windy Hill. We took a lot of effort to make sure that the colors and textures worked with the playground, and I think it's going to be just beautiful. So just wanted to give you the update on Windy Hill. As soon as I have a definite date on the playground delivery, I'll let you know.
Andrea, the restroom looks so beautiful. Is it reasonably easy to wash, clean, and maintain?
Extremely.
Okay. And
we actually went with some higher end finishes. For instance, the river rock on the bottom is a defensible space because that's where you get a lot of scuffs and whatnot if you have stucco. So that's a nice defensible space. And we went with the higher end, what they call china, but it's really porcelain, I guess.
Is that on the outside or the inside?
I'm sorry, on the inside. So instead of stainless steel toilets and sinks, we went with the porcelain, which is a lot nicer. So higher end finishes, and yes, it'll be easy to clean.
Easy to clean inside.
Yes.
Okay. Will dogs be allowed or prohibited in this park?
It depends if they have a license or not. Kidding. Dogs are allowed in the park on the leash because it is not a dog park.
Okay.
So yeah.
Dogs on leash.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank Chief Hopkins and our interim fire chief at the time, Vega, for their response and participation in the Vistra fire emergency. They both kept the community and the council apprised of the information, attended the emergency operations meeting, and I just really appreciated the police and fire department's participation and response. Thank you.
All right. And I want to tag team a little bit on that we're getting similar information from our police chief, kind of getting ahead of the game a little bit because there hasn't been any action in Marina on the ice related front, but our chief did put out good information. What's the city's perspective? What can we do? What can we not do? What are we going to do? What are we not going to do? As a first missive, it was great. And I don't know that anyone was asking for it, but you did it, and it was really great because I'm sure we would have been asking for it soon enough. Thank you very much, Chief Hopkins. Okay, understand there's a presentation tonight coming on that same issue. Okay, so any other staff announcements? I'm sorry, city council announcements? Okay, any more staff?
Yes, Chief Hopkins, come up.
Thank you for that great segue, sir. All right, as you mentioned, there's been a lot of conversations about immigration status as well as law enforcement's role, and I wanted to come before you. I put some things out on Facebook. There's quite a good conversation going on right now on our Facebook. So what I'm going to cover is a 35,000-foot perspective. There's more material there. You can kind of follow the conversation on our Facebook page if you want more information. But basically, I just wanted to clarify Marina Police Department's role as it relates to the immigration and where we play into that or fall into that. So primarily, I just want to say that I recognize that it's a deeply personal and complex issue. And there's a lot of conversations on one side where they believe that law enforcement should be involved in that process with ICE. Others feel that they should not, and that they should be spending their time building relationships and trusting relationships with their community. So with that, I wanted to make it clear where we stand as a police department here in Marina. Our goal is to maintain unbiased, professional, and fact-based process by upholding state and federal laws. That way, we will ensure that our public is safe. And so tonight, I want to clarify three things. One, who is responsible for immigration and enforcement? Two, Marina Police Department's legal limitations. And then how do we prioritize public safety for all residents? Very quickly, it's important to clarify that immigration enforcement, detention, and deportation are not the responsibility of local police. These duties fall exclusively under federal jurisdiction and are handled by the following agencies by law. U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which is ICE, Customs and Border Protection, CBP, and then there's a recent presidential directive that extended that also to the Drug Enforcement Administration, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, and the U.S. Marshal Services. So where does that leave us as a department? One, we do not have the authority, federal authority, to detain, arrest, or investigate individuals solely for immigration violations. Our primary duty is to protect the public from criminal activity, respond to emergencies, and build the trust within our community to encourage crime reporting. This aligns with federal law as confirmed in Arizona versus United States, which was a 2012 case where the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that state and local law enforcement cannot enforce federal immigration laws unless explicitly authorized by federal government, and we have not been deputized to receive that authority. Under California law, there's also another component of this. California law, SB 54, which is called the California Values Act, states that local law enforcement cannot use resources to enforce federal immigration laws. This means for us that Marina Police Department does not arrest individuals solely for immigration status, conduct immigration raids, or act as immigration officers. We will not also inquire about immigration status during routine interactions. We will not share personal data with federal immigration authorities unless required by law in criminal cases. Why does SB 54 exist? This law ensures that local resources are used for local public safety, not federal immigration enforcement. It does not override federal law, but rather it sets limitations on how local agencies allocate resources. And it is in alignment with the U.S. Constitution, Supremacy Clause, Article 4, Clause 2, and federal and preemptive doctrine. So last, I'll just say our priority again is that we are committed to protecting all residents by focusing on preventing violence through proactive policing and patrols, addressing criminal activity by holding offenders accountable, strengthening community relationships to encourage crime reporting. We emphasize that immigration status is not a factor in reporting a crime or seeking assistance. We will continue to uphold our duty to protect all residents, ensuring that Marina remains safe, welcoming, and a united community. And I just wanted to put that out there. And again, this statement is along with some other follow-up documentations to help others that read this, had additional questions about it, I submitted some more information, help clarify their points of view, and the dialogue is ongoing, and I suspect it will continue to be, but hopefully this kind of gives you that macro perspective of where we stand.
Thank you, Chief. To you, Chief, and to our city manager, is our city in touch with schools so we can stay on the pulse of how what's going on in Salinas and Seaside may be affecting our schools, like our kids not coming to school, so that we would know if we need to do more interaction with the public ourselves, if there's a public perception of fear, et cetera, in our city. So what's the communication status that we have with our 5 schools?
Sure. Well, just me locally with the networks that I have with the other chiefs and some of the school district, I am familiar with some of the information that is being provided to them, as well as by the county and some other not-for-profit organizations. So I'm monitoring that, being aware of that. I have relationships with the principals. So if there is a concern, we have that relationship where they can speak with us about however we can come along and assist them. But the main point is just reminding them that our role is not to act as immigration officers. That is not, we don't have the authority to do it from a state perspective or from a federal perspective. But we will enforce all laws, but we also want to make sure that they do not become victimized or feel that they can't report crime when they're a victim of a crime. So,
Okay.
but we have that relationship to answer your question.
I think neighboring cities are doing more than we're doing to tell people about red cards, tell people about the 1-800 number they can call if there's an issue. They're giving out information to help pacify anxiety. So when might what would trigger us to do something like that?
I'm open to provide helping whatever in any way that we can, that we don't overstep ourselves by being a law enforcement agency.
Yeah, well, I'm aware that the county has sent out some things like that. We haven't really talked internally, but we can certainly talk about it and see if we think that that's appropriate, if that would work here.
Yeah, I'd rather do it proactively instead of response, hurry up and do it because we've had an incident and now people are really worried. So we're trying to catch up. Councilmember Biala?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A little bit along those lines is you are the face of help for citizens, whether it's, immigration, or anything. It's like, we know 911, we know how to call you, we know we expect some help. You listed off a lot of agencies that are now involved in all the immigration enforcement, et cetera. And do you have like yourself, like someone like, I don't know if the county is the main source for a lot of the referrals, because I can imagine that you would just be giving a number and people might be in a state of high anxiety or something, and just giving them, well, call this number may not be, as efficient for them.
Sure.
But do you yourself have some specific contact if you fall into a call that is not within your your role, and yet you need somebody to get really information from right away, or direction? Do you have any of those sort of behind the scenes? So if you call, this is,
Right.
Chief Hopkins, not somebody just calling, the 50 other calls that are before you. Do you have that kind of connection with somebody who does have the immigration whole picture?
I have connections with all of the SACs from the respective federal agencies that I mentioned here,
Okay.
as well as some other connections as well.
Oh, great.
And I am also monitoring a lot of the information with the red cards. I've read them. I understand what's on it, and it's pretty much a Miranda. It's no different than what ACLU and NAACP and some others have put out about racial profiling and know your rights. It's very similar language, and so I'm familiar with that, and I have no objections in putting that out because it's simply stating what your U.S. constitutional rights are.
Right.
So there's no problem with us also providing that same documentation where it's appropriate to do so.
Right.
But I do have the personal contacts as well.
Good, because it might be one of us that I don't know a lot about the topic, but I might call you and you would have the
Absolutely.
ability to find those answers quickly.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for this clear communication to our community and the residents. There are lots of free trainings available, and the County of Monterey's website is a great resource. Just search Know Your Rights. And there's also a free app available in multiple languages on your app store, the same search, Know Your Rights. And our supervisor, Wendy Root Askew, has lots of resources, and she's actually doing a training with City Council member Arzala Garcia in Seaside over the weekend. It's a free training as well. So there's lots of good resources out there. Unfortunately, the red cards are really hard to get a hold of, but you can download them and print them for free on your just at home. They are like on back order and kind of hard to get a hold of. So, but I do know the county ordered like 20,000 and they are distributing them. So hopefully our library was able to receive an allocation because I think they were providing to the free library. So
Thanks for that update. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you. So the county just had this meeting called the Truth Act meeting. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with that meeting, no.
Okay. So apparently there's some state legislation that, and I don't know the details, so I would defer to any expert to research it, but that requires municipalities or locations to kind of disclose when they have been involved in these ICE incidents. And so maybe you could come back and let us know if we're compliant with that and if we plan to be compliant with it and what we're doing to make sure that if it's required to have these public records available to make sure that we're doing that.
Okay, I am familiar with that requirement. That is an existing requirement that we have to file every year. And we have not and do not plan on participating in any ICE raids. I can tell you that now.
Okay, so there would be no need for a
Correct.
meeting or
But we
disclosure.
do report our numbers, which is 0. We haven't and we don't plan to.
All right, thank you, Chief.
As I stated, we're not deputized or legally allowed to do so.
Thank you.
Chief, if there's ICE activity in Marina, must they contact you or do they contact you as a friendly
It's been
courtesy?
a courtesy.
A courtesy?
Courtesy call.
And then for the citizens, if there is ICE activity in the city, I think a lot of people would be on alert or if they knew. So if you become aware of ICE activity, is there a role the city should play in getting that out to the public?
It would depend. I mean, it's if we're talking about ICEs in the area and they're like what occurred in Seaside, from my understanding, is they were looking for 2 individuals that were violent offenders that were here illegally. Then I'm not going to put that out to the public realm. One, it's going to jeopardize the safety of the community and the agents that are also looking for that violent offender. And again, it really it depends on a case by case basis.
Okay,
But-
in that case you described, when it's all over and let's say they apprehend and remove the individuals, would it be appropriate for us to share that this incident occurred?
Yeah, after that's resolved and I have a conversation with them and say, now is it an appropriate time just to say what the activity was so there's clarity, then sure, I have no problem putting that as a public statement or announcement.
Okay, do you think we haven't had any ICE activity, assuming we have not, because we haven't had any criminals that they're after that reside here?
There's none to my knowledge that have been in our city.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you.
Sure.
Just like what Councilmember McAdams already mentioned, the county website has lots of information. And there's a fine line between causing panic and informing people. So I have just texted it to some people that I thought they might want to know get the information and they can share with others. So, but yeah, it's tricky. Yes.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
For public comment,
Actually, I have a couple
sorry,
staff.
City Manager Lane Long.
There's a new face over here on our staff end. Darian, if you'd please come up. He goes by AJ Lawson. He is our new airport manager. And he just started on Monday. He comes from Redlands. He is the airport manager down there. And Darren, AJ, why don't you just tell us about your family and a little bit about your background and what your plans are?
Well, greeting Mayor and council members. My name is Darian Lawson. Everybody knows I go by AJ. I'm prior military. My wife is still serving up in Fort Irwin. She's about to retire in a year. Once I got out, I went to college. I went to study at Middle Tennessee State University, where I received my bachelor's in aerospace and my master's in aeronautical science. I'm also a commercial pilot. I did some pipeline flying down in the Panhandle for quite a while, and then I got into aviation management. And I'm currently here, and I'm actually very excited to be here. When I had my interview visit up here, the first thing when I got done, I called my wife and I said, "This city is so nice and people are so gracious here." Kind of remind me, we used to live in Germany. Kind of remind me of Germany a little bit, just of how nice everyone is here. So I feel welcome. One of my initiatives, which I did at Redlands, I hope to bring here is just kind of intertwining the community with the airport as far as doing functions and getting the kids involved in aviation. I really do believe that aviation provides a lot of career paths for our youth. And, not everybody wants to go to college like I did, but, you don't have to be a college student to be a pilot or ATC, which these jobs and not even jobs, these are careers that pay very well and can sustain a family. Again, I am married. I have 3 kids. They're 5, 3, and I have a 7-month-old.
Thank you so much, AJ, for joining our city. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Cool.
We have high hopes.
He's going to do a great job. Our consultants were very big on AJ. I also want to give a shout out to Melissa, who's been holding down the fort at the airport since Matt left, and she has just done a fabulous job, and really want to thank her for her efforts there. And we're fully staffed now at the airport, so we're
Thank you,
excited
Melissa.
that. And the last little announcement I wanted to update the council is it is regarding the Plan B issue as far as our facilities. And internally, we've been working with our consultants on looking at some of our sites and looking at our buildings, and this is some of the feedback that we'd heard as far as trying to lay out the buildings and the options. And so we are working with our consultants to look at some of the sites and lay out the buildings. We are working on identifying different financing options, different phasing options, possibly coming back for a different type of bond. And so we have a bunch of different people engaged with that. We also there's a citizens advisory committee, and I want to clarify, it doesn't have anything to do with the council. The council didn't put this up. This is just completely formed by the citizens, and they're meeting and holding meetings. And I've been getting a few calls, and I just want to clarify, this is not a council committee. The council, we had that on a previous agenda, and the council was not interested in that. So I want to make that clear out there. But we are working on it, and we expect in a couple months that we'll put on an agenda and come back to the council and talk about some different options that we are currently exploring with the facilities.
All right. And thank you. That to follow up on that, there are a few ardent opponents of Measure U, and there's a few ardent supporters of Measure U that have been meeting, including Mayor Pro Tem and I, to talk about what are all the options that might be possible. What is all the information that might be wanted from the city before the citizens making their next decision, and that can fold into whatever process the city decides. It's just information freely given and freely recorded. And that meeting, the first meeting, we've never had a public meeting, but the first public meeting for anybody in the city, whether you like it or don't like Measure U, everyone's welcome. February 7th, that's this Friday, 6 p.m. at Spring Hill Suites Hotel. There'll be pizza at 6 p.m. and it's being led by a resident named Paul Manuel, who was one of the strongest opponents of Measure U, and he made signs and put them up around town saying no on Measure U. And so he wants whatever facilities we need. He just wants to make sure that the citizens aren't being asked to spend money they shouldn't be asked to spend. That's kind of his main point. Okay, let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, but this is not a city-sponsored event or council members aren't participating. Is that correct?
I'll let the city attorney speak to that, but definitely Mayor Pro Tem and I are participating.
Yeah, no, as I understand, this is not a city sponsored event. But I understand that there are 2 council members that are participating in that event, but it's not a city sponsored event.
Okay, but since the 2 are participating, then no one else can participate. Is that correct? Because of the Brown Act?
So, yeah, I've put out some guidance regarding that. If you have additional questions, feel free to reach out.
Sure. So I
Definitely.
just want to put on record that just because I'm not there doesn't mean that I'm not interested in participating. It's just because of the Brown Act. And so I don't want to speak for my colleagues, Councilmember Biala and Councilmember McCarthy, but they're not going to be able to participate as well. And so that really, I think for me, reflects to the community that, you know, I could see how people were saying, well, where are they? How come they're not here? They must not care. That's far from the truth. We can't participate because there's already 2 council members participating in this non-city sponsored meeting. So it's a little confusing and complicated, but I would encourage the community to also participate in the city's process when that gets going. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that we've all gone to town hall meetings before, so there is a way for all council members to go, but we have to behave according to the rules. But we've had all of our council members at similar events in the past that were not sponsored by the city. So there is a roadmap for that, should they wish to.
Well, a point of order, our city attorney was very clear in his in his direction to us that we are not to participate, that you 2 are going and the 3 of us are not. So there's not a path for us to go.
City attorney, can you review what you told us regarding?
So I have put out some guidance and I will answer any individual questions, but I will not answer them on the dais.
Okay.
So that's all I'm saying to that.
All
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I also, as I said the last time that this issue came up, is that it is important to me to know information about the sites and the financial alternatives for Measure U. And, you know, so it's going to be 2 months, but meanwhile, we have groups of people meeting in the community. And I almost feel like, because we can't be there, it's almost like there's a body of ex parte information that I'm not going to be knowledgeable about. And I kind of wish that there was a way in which some of that communication before the 2 months comes to us, because I don't know what's being talked about. And I would like to know what folks think and feel as well. And because I am not going to be able to be there. So I am concerned about that information gap when all of us on the dais are extremely concerned about this issue. And
it's going to be presented to you right there as soon as the meeting is over and the next time we're in this room. So there'll be no gap other than a week and a half.
oh,
So everything we do
Great.
is going to be recorded. It's all in writing already. It'll continue to be in writing and be provided to the council every step of the way.
oh,
We just don't want to
fantastic.
lose time. We're already down to like 18 months. So, okay, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess briefly just say that first I want to acknowledge your absolute right, all of our rights to engage with our constituents in a way that, and maybe even responsibility that we feel is appropriate. Having said that, on this dais, we all agreed that as a council, that we were going to try to refrain from engaging until we got more information, because we felt that as a council, I think we voted that that was what kind of got us in a pickle in the first place. And I see us heading down that same path. Just a little concerned about that, a little disappointed. We create the culture that we want to see in the future. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor.
Very much. Okay, so now we'll go to public comment on our consent agenda or anything else that's not on our action agenda tonight. And we'll start with the folks in this room. If you'd like to speak, just step up to the podium. You have up to 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and City Manager Long. I'm John Sanders. I'm following up on some questions that I posed at the January 22nd meeting about public works functions. I asked if Public Works, basically I asked, do you have a set of priorities, perhaps a priority list with your top 10 to 20 projects? City Manager Long did send me an email a few days ago, and I appreciate that. Part of the response in the email is that the city does not have a punch list for building repairs. The city has a budget where the repairs for buildings are listed in the capital project section of the budget. So I've gone into the budget in a very preliminary manner. I just did a keyword search for building repairs and then just narrowed it to repairs. I got 4 hits. They didn't take me into the section that you were referring to in the email, but it did take me quickly to a chart in the beginning of the report under resources and uses. And general fund account number 100 list facilities repairs. An estimated balance beginning July 1st of 2023 of $500,000, but that balance zeroed out by June 30th of 24. And then for the FY 24-25 budget, there is nothing listed for facilities repairs. As I said, I haven't had much time to really drill into this, but I did want to note that it's a bit of a challenge to try and interpret the document as it currently is and address the very basic question that I asked. And I do have some concerns about the city not setting priorities for public work. Seems that should be an extremely important matter for the city so that you have a clear set of goals and you can identify what you're achieving in accomplishing those goals. I'll follow up, but I do appreciate the email.
Thank you, John.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, my name's Christine Benson, and so I had a comment related to the GIS map. I know that we've already passed that section, but as a homeowner, I've wanted to do a remodel on my bathroom and repair some bad tiles and stuff. And one of the things that anytime you go for that kind of work and you might want to move a wall or something, you have to have the original blueprints for your house, or you have to hire an architect for a ton of money. I did hear mention that the fire department was getting some building diagrams and structures and information on the structures that they were going to respond to. And I was wondering if that is perhaps related to those building design plans, or if that can be layered in with the GIS information and made available to the community. Because when I tried to communicate with the offices to see if there were building plans for my house, locally in the city, I was told to go to the county, and then the county said go to the city. And I kind of went around and gave up and said, well, I guess I'll just deal with the broken tiles for a while longer and not move that wall. But it would be really helpful, I think, to the whole community as you were trying to prioritize benefits to the community of the software. I think that would be a really valuable trait to consider. And I want to say thank you to the police department for the great media releases online. I think that it's very informative. I love the image that's put on there, because as you're scrolling through the Facebook feed, I gotta say, it all becomes a blur after a while and it really catches your attention. So I love that. And knowing the crimes that were stopped, knowing that we have an active police department, I think increases their trust and the understanding of their integrity, which I think is called into question far too often. And I don't know where that comes from, but I've seen a lot of rude comments online when things have come up with police in various locations in the community. And so I think it's a great move forward, and I'm thankful to the chief for that. And that's about it. But thank you for the hard work that you all are putting in. And with actually one more thing, with the Measure U, one thing that as a voter, when I was looking at it, other than speaking with y'all about those concerns online or in person, one thing that helps me to weigh whether I want to pay into something is what's the value add? Like, what are we getting out of it? What's coming out the other side? Are we reducing a hazard? Are we adding a benefit or a new service? So having that type of data that we can then prioritize those aspects and what's the most urgent need. And then we can maybe take a cut at it that's a couple years at a time versus the big bang of everything that we want. And that might be a little more easy for people to adjust to with the inflation. Thank you.
Thank you. And please email your information, your details about the home remodel so staff can try to help you the best we can.
Evening, Council. This is just regarding the GIS also. As an old surveyor thrown into the middle of the forest in Plumas National Forest in 77, 78, I had to do sun shots to find my coordinates because we didn't have satellites back then for all the information. But you really don't need any of that. You've got the contractor survey, and on the survey, we'll have all of the monuments, will have all of your coordinates there. And if you know the scale of the map and you've got your longitude and your latitude, you can measure your coordinates off. And it's very easy to find exactly where you're at. I myself at Fort Ord, I use a Garmin 276CX GIS device to mark my locations at Fort Ord and that. And you can get cheaper ones at REI. You get a really good Garmin GIS device. You can take a mark and remember exactly where you were, mark it on a little map you have, and you can set up all your own coordinates you want all day long. Anyway, yeah, take care.
Thank you, Howard.
Hi, Grace Silva Santella. Hearing about this new airport manager reminded me of the days of John Longley and 25 years ago when we had a cross-country run out there to celebrate our 25th birthday celebration in the city. So I've just been invited to go back out there. I'll try to dig up some photos and show them to our new airport manager. I want to share with you what a very exciting event we had last week at the Marina Library. We brought back a Marina nonprofit summit. And at that gathering, we had over 25 nonprofits represented. We had over 45 people in attendance. The gathering went on for about 2 hours. It allowed each one of those 25 groups to do a little short 3-minute blip about the work that they do in the community. And then at the end of that, we had a nice opportunity to enjoy sodas and cookies and just do a lot of brainstorming and interacting with each other. The event was partnered and sponsored with the Friends of the Marina Library and with the Marina Foundation. And I really am looking forward to us being able to make this an annual event. It was a really fabulous time. And I really left the evening quite inspired about what not only we're doing in Marina, but nonprofits who do work for Marina. So it was really, really a wonderful event. The mayor came at one point and joined us all. And thank you for those who made sure their nonprofits attended. Thank you very much, and look forward to seeing the rest of you in the future at a future nonprofit summit. Thanks.
Thank you, Grace, for being the brainchild for that event to happen. Anyone else here? Okay, let's go online, starting with Janelle Hartley. And Janelle will get you unmuted here.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good evening and welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Janelle Hartley. I am the CEO of EnviroGauge. And I just wanted to inform you in advance about Community Voices input sessions. This is hosted by EnviroGauge. And really, they provide an opportunity for residents of the city of Marina to actively engage and share their feedback on how they want to improve the city. Residents can participate in workshop in person, online, or take an online survey. We also are accommodating any special needs, like for example, translations that needed when people RSVP in multiple languages. Our survey is also in multiple language, along with our website is on multiple languages. We encourage residents to attend or visit marinavoices.com to sign up. And we encourage your support to really gather the voices of the community to participate in this outreach effort. The outreach effort is a part of the Monterey Peninsula Water Supply Project Permit. It's a $3 million community investment. And the goal is to make sure that we gather all community input. Again, we encourage people to visit marinavoices.com. And for any other future questions, I'm available for any questions. Thank you so much. And we encourage your support to get the word out to the community as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Janelle. Let's go to Denise Turley.
Hi, thanks. Mine's really quick. At the beginning of the meeting for closed session, you said that one item was not covered and pushed to a future meeting. And I couldn't tell whether you said 4C or 4D. Was it in fact Los Animas or the other, whatever the other item was? That's my question.
Thanks, Denise. Please follow up with staff. We covered all the issues on the agenda for closed session. But staff can help you out, starting tomorrow. Okay, let's go to Brad. Welcome, Brad.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members and staff. Is it okay if I just defer my wife, Kathy, would like to speak first, and then if she can give her time, and then if you can go back to me, if that's okay.
Yeah, the first 3 minutes is ticking. Whoever wants to take the rest of it.
Go ahead.
Hello, good evening. Yes, first I want to welcome AJ as a new airport manager there at Monterey Airport. Our group that we're involved with, we welcomed the military during the week of Christmas. In the upstairs, there was a lounge set aside for military coming and going through for the holidays, and it was a lot of fun. This group that I'm involved with called Operation Care and Comfort, we ship care packages to the troops. And so we had food, refreshments, and it really went well. And we had some of the people that made handmade thank you cards for the military. So thank you for your service, AJ, as well, and your wife too. And the other thing, I had a different question. I wanted to know that I noticed is the mic muted typically for the Pledge of Allegiance? Was a question I had for the mayor when the Pledge of Allegiance is done. Is that normal to have the mic muted? Because for the public, it was muted during the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. Question.
Yeah, we can't have back and forth, but if you finish your comments, we'll do our best.
Oh, okay.
Do you have any more information, Kathy, on your time?
Well, it depends on the answer to the question of if it's muted normally or if it's not.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. I have never heard of that, so it should not be.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then my last question was related to the pledge is when the pledge is done, I was just wondering if it's done when it is recited that when you pledge of allegiance and the part where it says one nation under God, is it said one nation under God, or was it one nation under good? I've heard that that's been said before, so I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Do you have any more?
No.
All right. All right, Brad, would you like to start off now?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and again, council members and staff. As I was kind of thinking, pondering at tonight's meeting, I couldn't help but remember when people run for public office, generally you hear, and I would like to, again, this is rhetorical. I know you can't comment back, but I want them to think about, why did you really run for office in the first place? And I know you hear the old cliche of, oh, I want to give back to my community and I want to do this and that. But I never hear anybody say, I want to financially benefit myself when I get on the council. I've never heard that. But I know there's an item coming up in your agenda that actually does that. And I just want to remind the council members and you, Mr. Mayor, of course, there is another elected board, and we can argue what's more important or whatever, but there's another elected board here in Marina.
Excuse me, Brad, if you're speaking to the item that we're going to take up later on the agenda,
well,
we ask you to save your public comment for that.
It's kind of in general though, Mr. Mayor. So has to do with public office, running for public office. And we'd like to say that, there are people that ran for another board that's elected like you all are, but their compensation is $50. So I want you to think about that. Okay. So, and then maybe when we get down to that agenda, we can talk about that more.
Brad, our city attorney is telling us that that's appropriate for the item that's an action item, not for this.
Well, I'm probably not going to be awake by that time, to be honest with you.
It's coming up in a few minutes, Brad.
A few minutes? Okay, I'll wait a few minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else online that hasn't raised their hand yet that would like to be able to speak? Okay, we'll close public comment on that. And just making sure that there's nothing we need to respond to. John, I hope you contact Public Works, maybe the Public Works Commission, maybe our staff to get better information than you're able to find online. I didn't write any other questions down. Did anyone else note anything? Okay, then let's move on to our consent agenda. If anyone has any council members have quick questions or comments or wish to dive deep into something, we'll pull it for later discussion. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I remember in the first reading of this, one of my comments was that on the signs, we should have a phone number of where to report violations. And I don't see that. The language shows that there's going to be signs at different places, but I think that's always a difficulty is you see something happening, but you have no idea who you should be contacting.
Correct me if I'm wrong, city attorney, but I don't believe that needs to be part of the ordinance. It is our practice, and in all of our new park signs, we do provide multiple phone numbers, one for code enforcement, one for reservations, one for maintenance issues. And so that is the plan when we finally develop the dog park rule signs, but I don't know that it needs to be part of the actual ordinance.
That is correct. It doesn't need to be. I mean, there's two separate things. One is the implementation of the ordinance or enforcement of it versus what the rules are. So one of the ways that the enforcement will be carried out is placing the signs, and that's where that information can go.
Well, because you say it, Andrea, I know it's going to be done, so I have no worries.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question regarding 10C 1 and 2, and then a comment on 10M.
Okay, let's go with 10C 1.
Okay, so and this is the claims that staff is asking the council to deny. A general process question: when and if we do deny these claims, what is the next step? Are they moved on to insurance? Are they just sorry, you're out of luck?
Yes, this is the first part in the process that they're moved on to insurance. Can't get moved on until they're first denied.
Excellent. So we're not meanies.
Correct.
We're not mean. We're just going through
The start of the process.
Okay, perfect. And then 10M, which is the appointments. I wanted to thank all the applicants. I know just for the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission alone, we had 7 applicants for 3 seats, which was great. All really excellent candidates. So I really appreciate the willingness of our residents to serve. If you were not selected for a commission that you applied for, I encourage you to please stay engaged. And if you were selected, congratulations. I'm also here to support you in any capacity. And we have several past commissioners and a council member in our audience this evening. And I just wanted to say thank you for being here and thank you for your service.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just brief comment on M, which is the appointments. Likewise, thank you to the interviewers who selected these folks. I know it takes a lot of hard work to go through those and that process and make your selections. And my second comment isn't going to discount what I just said, but I have said every time this comes up that I personally would be in favor of a paradigm where each council member appoints someone to each commission. I think there's tremendous value there. It's not something I've ever pushed hard because I don't think there's consensus amongst this dais to go in that direction, but I would, I feel like that's something that I should bring up every time we approve these appointments, which I'm happy to do tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Very much. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had exactly the same comment written out. I would like to thank all the applicants for the commissions and the 3 committee. And I'm the liaison for the Public Works Commission, and the 3 open seats or 3 people reapplied and are still in. And so Councilmember McCarthy, do you mean that each council member would choose 1 person for each commission?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of different ways you could do it, but essentially it serves a couple purposes. Now that we're in districts, trying to get a little bit more diversity in terms of region of where each person comes from. But 2, it could help council members actually participate in the recruiting process, right? Actively going out and trying to seek people to run versus waiting for people to come to you. And I have some other thoughts on that too, but I know that didn't really answer your question. It could be each council member appoints 1. Obviously, most commissions have more than 5, so there'd have to be some process for those extras, right? But
no, I like the idea. And because the Public Works Commission, because I spoke to neighbors, we have 2 people from the Dunes there, so it might be nice to have more of a spread. But it's already good because the other 3 people, the 3 commissioners are from Central Marina, so it's good to get from. But your suggestion would help with that. What we could do as a start is inform each other if we know there are openings coming up in the commissions that we are the liaisons for, and try to encourage each other to help recruit, and of course help as the public as well. Yes. So thank you. But yeah, but a big thank you to all the applicants. I saw the whole stack for the recreational commission. Wow, that's way more fun than maintenance, I guess, Mr. Sanders. Thank you.
That can all be fun. Okay, on motion, we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any final comments before a vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. That motion passes unanimously with the 5 of us present. We move on to the compensation for mayor and council members. And who would like to introduce this?
Belinda, our Human Resources Director.
All right, thank you, Belinda.
Go to the next slide. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm back to provide information regarding council compensation. I was here presenting March of last year where we just first discussed this topic. Can you go to the next slide? Oh, my glasses are still blurry up there. I want to do a little bit of a recap of some information that was provided previously. So we are a charter city and the council has authority to increase compensation. The last increase occurred in 1990, and that was from $100 to $200 for the council, $150 to $250 for the mayor. And we discussed that the cost of living increase since then, 34 years ago, has been about 300%. We also discussed SB 329, which was signed into law in 2023 with an effective date of January 1st of 2024. The legislature became involved in council compensation. In council compensation because there was a disparity in representation on councils. And so the goal of the bill is to address, number one, recent inflationary increases, and also to remove any barriers from people running for office. And that would include people balancing their careers and personal life. In this community, we can talk about individuals who may be low-income residents, single parents, people of color, or young people from running for office. This SB 329 does not apply to the city of Marina because we are a charter city. It applies to general law cities, but it can be used as guidance, which a lot of cities have used for guidance. Once again, it addresses inflation. So general law cities did not have an increase since 1984, and the city had one in 1990, so it's a few years off. Again, we talked about equitable representation, having the ability for these people to balance their careers and time and economic situation. The guidance talks about cities with populations under 35,000 has a maximum monthly stipend of $950, which is where the city of Marina would fall if it was a general law city. It does limit subsequent increases to 5% per year, for a maximum of 5% per year. At the March 5th meeting, council did approve a resolution of increasing council salary from $200 to $2,000 and $250 for the mayor increased to $2,250. But at that time, the council requested that staff go back and do research regarding benefits for the council as well. And that is really small up there, but there's a lot.
Linda, I just want to go back to that one slide. I wanted to really emphasize one thing that the state of California, when it adopted their SB, what was that, SB
329.
329. The state got engaged because this is a problem across the state of California, that city council salaries are really low, and it's a very real problem where what we're experiencing here is what the legislature said. This is a problem in California, and that is why the legislature stepped in and adopted guidelines because they felt it was that important that they set a schedule for salaries, and so I wanted to just highlight that that's why the state stepped in, because this is the discussion we're having is very typical. It's very typical that the cities up and down in California were having, and they're struggling, and the legislature could see those struggles, and that's why they stepped in and said, yeah, we need to set some guidelines and help communities be able to establish salaries. So I just want to give a little bit more background. And if you want to go back and pull up the legislative history on that, it'll give you a lot more detail of why the legislature did that and why they're proactively trying to get in front of that.
Thank you, Elaine. I did want to point out council responsibilities. It was a topic of discussion at the last meeting. So we put together this list of some of the things that council participates in. Attending council-related meetings twice per month, attending workshops, study sessions, and special meetings, preparation for city council meetings, including reviewing the agenda, which sometimes can be in excess of 200 to 500 pages, attending city-related commission and board meetings, regional, county, state, and other city meetings, citywide community and staff events, establishing annual budgets, consideration and passage of laws and ordinances, making land use and capital improvement decisions, maintaining the general plan in compliance with state law, meeting with residents to ensure concerns are addressed, meeting with local businesses to promote local economic growth, meeting with local organizations and community groups, meeting with the city manager, and then remaining knowledgeable on unique matters for the city of Marina. So for our community, there's several items, but we listed a few here. We are a coastal community, and that brings unique challenges. We are a former military base, which also brings unique challenges. We have endangered species in our community. And we have a lot of development going on in the city. And also we have a very diverse population. The city does currently assign council members to certain boards and commissions. So this is a list, and I believe there's one council member assigned to each of these and an alternate. They currently participate in Regen Monterey, the Monterey County Mosquito Abatement District, Monterey Salinas Transit, Community Human Services Project, the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments, Monterey County Regional Taxi Authority, Transportation Agency of Monterey County, Monterey County Convention and Visitor Bureau, Joint City Marina Coast Water District, Access Monterey Peninsula, and they are liaisons to the city commissions, the Economic Development Commission, the Planning Commission, the Public Works Commission, and the Recreation and Community Services Commission. And also the mayor participates in the Monterey County Mayor Select Committee and Mayor's Association. This has been a difficult topic, not only for this city, but for several cities. A lot of cities have updated their salaries for mayor and council recently. So since SB 329 was signed in June of 2023, a lot of cities have brought this topic. And in the last 2 years or almost 18 months, these are some of the cities. I started with some of the local cities. So Salinas increased their stipend. Hollister increased their stipend. Monterey, San Luis Obispo, and Watsonville just heard this similar topic December of last year. Other cities, Belmont, Milpitas, Lodi, Grass Valley, Gilroy, Elk Grove, Richmond, and Los Altos are all recent increases to council salary. So when we first did this survey, we limited to the small peninsula cities in the area. But after council discussion, we realized that we needed to expand that just a little bit to include what we normally do for our employee labor groups, which is how we get kind of a market salary. So as you can see here, I can barely see that up there. Several of the cities increased their salaries, as I mentioned recently. The average salary for city council members is $1,111. And for the mayor salary, it's $1,375. All of the cities, except for the city of Marina, provide benefits. Pacific Grove allows council members to participate, but does not cover the cost. But we are the outlier that does not have any of those benefits there. I'm going to keep it on that chart, but I have some additional information. So another part of the survey was a car allowance or an auto allowance. And from this survey, the city of Salinas was the only one that provided an auto allowance of $750. Cell phone stipends, the city of Hollister and San Luis Obispo, and also from the previous survey, San City, provided either a city-issued cell phone or a stipend to council. Another topic that was brought up was travel reimbursement. So all of the cities surveyed follow their city travel policy. So if that were to be something that were to be considered, we can use that travel policy that we have. We also touched on the topic of automatic 5% increases because that was the limit in the guidance from SB 329. All but one of the cities uses a similar process as they use with their employee groups, which is to make it a part of the budget process. With the labor groups, we have a negotiation process, but we could incorporate that into a part of the budget. There was one city, the city of Gilroy, who bases their increases on the CPI index. And then childcare reimbursement was also a topic that was was brought up at the last meeting. And although none of the cities, let me go back to that chart, none of the cities provided childcare reimbursement. The city of Marina does have the opportunity to partner or to have our recreation department possibly have some kind of childcare during our council meetings, not just for council members, but possibly for members of the public, and that would be for free if they attend those council meetings. Okay. So compensation considerations, we have kind of separated it out to two considerations for council. One would be to go with the average salary of our comparable cities, which are the 8 cities that we surveyed and are similar to what we use for our labor groups. And then with city contributions to benefits. The other option would be the proposed stipend that came from the March 5th meeting, which is to have the mayor's compensation at $2,250 a month, council at $2,000 a month, with eligibility into our benefits, but no city contribution into those benefits. So I do have a chart of estimated costs. This is the first one, which was the higher stipend of $2,250 for the mayor, $2,000 for the council with no city contribution, and the total cost to the city would be about $125,000 per year. Oh, I think I had. I did have a note there that the council may divert that stipend towards benefits. And the other option that we talked about is to have the average salaries for the survey, including benefits. And I did survey the council members to get an option of what they may select if benefits were available to them. And the cost here does reflect that. I did want to note that this is for the current sitting council, the numbers here. If there was people coming into the council or sitting on the council and they select higher benefits, like a family coverage, or if they had a number of dependents, that number would change. So with the current sitting council, and I did have a mistake up there that I noted, the vision coverage shows $25 and that's per month. So that should be $300 and it adds about $1,375 to the total. So the total is actually $109,588. And with that information, I can take any questions or open for discussion. Did you want to add anything, Ling?
Yeah, I did want to, we'd worked on earlier, if you can just go back to those graphs, and it didn't make it in this presentation. What we'd wanted to show is our comparable 8 cities. They, as Linda talked about, they all pay the benefits. And so when you look at the benefits that they contribute to the stipend the council makes, all those cities are way above the 2,000 that the council has on the books right now. And so if you're looking at those benefits make a big difference. And I think part of the, when you talk about transparency, it's hard for the public necessarily to understand. They'll see a stipend, they'll associate with that, but they don't know a dollar value of the benefits. One of the benefits of a 2,000 is it's very transparent to the public exactly the total compensation that is part of that package. And so I just wanted to make it clear that we surveyed that, and the cities that all are, they pay their premiums and health benefits, which are really substantial, and that's why it really puts it even above the 2,000. The only one that doesn't do that is Pacific Grove, and they just provide access to it.
And I just want to note that that was included in the additional information that was added to the staff report as Exhibit D. It talks about the compensation. So from that survey, depending on the health benefit selection, it could be upwards towards $3,500 for some of the cities, depending on which health plan and what coverage level they select.
And I just want to make, the council looked at this issue well over a year ago, and actually multiple councils in the past have brought up this issue, and it's always been difficult. There's an election coming up. There's Measure M, Measure N. That's always issues coming up. And so this is not a new issue at all brought up by this council. It's been brought up quite a bit in the past. And as we've been looking at it, uh, and as we do with all of our labor groups, as we're looking at, we try to keep us competitive in our market, and council's not, their volunteers, not employees like the city, but it's really important that when we look at the compensation, we look at what is reasonable. And when we look at our market, all of our cities, the full benefits and the stipends that they pay, I think what the council has put out there on the table to have the discussion with the public is very reasonable when we look at if that comparison with everyone else out there. And I just wanted to put that context out there.
Okay, so now if council has anything, it has to be a very limited clarifying question, and then we'll go to the public normally. Anything more from you, Belinda? Okay. Councilmember McAdams, did you have a clarifying question? Okay. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. During your research, did you find that the councils are leaning towards the 5% automatic increase or the COLA more? I don't think your mic's on, sorry.
It wasn't part of the survey, but in speaking to a lot of the HR representatives of these cities, they did not have automatic increases. They would go with what's similar to their general unit labor group, which is non-safety, because safety usually will get a higher amount. It'll be the non-safety group, but they did go with the labor group amount usually.
And so what is that for the city of Marina?
So it depends. That's part of the negotiation process that I mentioned. It fluctuates year to year, depends on what's negotiated. Last year for the city, it was 4% for the general unit.
Okay, okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, and let's really try to limit to clarifying questions.
Yes.
Councilmember Biala?
So on the comparable cities chart, I think what would have been helpful, and because I need to sort of clarify, if we were to offer benefits to our council based on, you know, the gamut of health plans, are you saying like it would cost us maybe up to $3,500 per each person to get health care in addition to our stipend?
Not for each person. So the 3,500 is for all of the sitting council based on their selection. So I don't want to get into
Okay.
details of like their personal selection, but
Yeah. And I think if we're offering it, we should say we're going to do it for the family plus the person, because otherwise you can't calculate it because you wouldn't know, and it changes, as you said. So if we were to estimate, looking at all of the other cities who have stipends and then they offer pretty much all of them health, dental, and vision, can you estimate sort of an average cost to that per individual council person?
per individual. So it depends on the plans, but I do have the premiums.
Yeah.
It would require a little bit of a calculation up here, but so we currently pay for our employees 75% of the lowest cost premium, which for the city is PERS Gold. And that is $26.35 a month. We pay 75% of that.
Okay. So what is, I'm not good at
Right.
about $2,000. Okay.
And then we also cover dental and vision. So that's
And
covered
that's
by
an
the city.
additional. Okay. What do you assess that to be approximately?
Dental is $348 and vision is 300.
300. Okay.
And that's a year. Sorry. The other
A
one
year.
was monthly and the other one was a year.
Oh, it is. Okay. So 348 a year. Okay. What is that? Have you calculated 348 divided by 12? And 300 divided by 12. 25.
Kathy, did you have any more questions? Or can we go
No.
to public
So I
comment?
just want to make it really clear that stipends and benefits, some cities have low stipends, but if they're going to spend $2,500 for all these benefits, that is noted as separate. So we are not comparing apples to apples. Ours would be just the stipend and however somebody uses that money to pay for the benefits, correct? Okay.
Right. That's similar to what Lane mentioned, that other cities have a lower stipend, but the benefit cost is there. And so actually what the city's contributing there could be upwards to like $3,500 per month, depending on their selections.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, so let's start in the room. Anyone that wants to speak to this issue, please come on up.
Mayor and Council, Howard Gustafson, past City Council. I started out in '93 with the Forward Restoration Advisory Board as chair, and my job was to define all the bullets cleanup, the impact area, removal of the landfill across the street of Imgen Road, and the TCE cleanup of all the wells, the trichloroethane. And I got paid nothing. I got into the council then in '94, but kept that job also. And did that for 4 years, and I don't even remember what we were paid. It didn't matter to me. I've been here since '58, a kid. I love my Marina. And then I went to, then it became the Jim Perrine Council, and I was appointed vice mayor there, or mayor pro tem, whatever you want to call it. And then after the council, then I got on the Marina Coast Water District. I heard one of the speakers from their home talk, and well, for 10 years, wasn't paid anything. It was only the last 4 years of my 14 years on the Marina Coast that I was paid. And I forget how much it was, but I wanted to keep it as president under 600, so I didn't have to fill out any tax forms. And that's a problem with that. I didn't like that, but you should be able to serve and serve the community. And I don't want to hear about this DEI stuff, offering money so people can come out and serve on the council. If you need to pay somebody to serve on the council, then we don't need them. I'm part of the government. I was there in '84 when people voted to unionize government. I was one of the no votes because I knew what it would turn out to be. A PERS, public employment retirement system now that is out of hand. And actually the federal government helps California with its PERS indebtedness every year. And that may end soon with this new president. And we're going to be in a world of hurt. PERS is not making it. PERS is not sustainable on its own. And every employee gets it. And I don't believe in comparing to other cities, never have. When I was with the County of Monterey or with the City of Salinas, never believed in that comparison. We didn't do it when I was in the Forest Service. And they certainly didn't do it when I was in the private sector working either. And I'm not in favor of it at all. And that would be an interesting recall for approving this. I'll guarantee you that. And it'd be a lot easier since you created districts as opposed to a whole wide voting arena. So I look forward to seeing what you come up with.
Thank you, Howard. Christine?
Hello, Christine Benson again. I think this is all very helpful information. I appreciate the time you put into the report. I would say a few of the numbers seem to skew it significantly to a higher number for, like, if you're comparing population, Salinas, definitely not in the same realm with our city. However, our development is way beyond what I think Salinas is really doing as far as the community efforts and what this community, receives as service from the council. So apples to apples, I don't think we have necessarily a very good fit to compare with. I think that 200 and 250 is way out of line, and you all should be compensated more for your time and effort to at least show appreciation from the community. One thing that's not included here is how it's paid for. Is it assessed against the property taxes, or how will the budget be allocated to cover the difference in costs, since it is pretty significant when you add in potential benefit packages? And then also, as far as percent increase automatic, I'm a federal employee for now. I hope to continue to be. We get it based off of cost of living increases, and it depends on where you're at, and they do a whole survey and everything, but it usually is roughly 3% or less. So it kind of goes along with inflation rates throughout the year. If you're going to hard code something in to the rules that say you will automatically get it every year. I think that might be something that would be better on a ballot measure, as well as expanding to, the benefits packages, because that is a significant, addition to what's currently offered here. I think it's still reasonable and I'd probably vote for it, but I just think that, there's not enough maybe of eyes on it to make sure that everybody that's going to pay towards this amount have a say. But I think that you all bring more value than what's on here. I can't quantify what you guys do, but I appreciate it. And I would like to see you compensated better than the 200, even a 10 times, seems reasonable when you're looking at that. Because the development and the planning, the dog park rules alone probably have taken numerous hours away from your family time and everything. I mean, just like, yeah, I mean, the agenda doesn't, do it justice probably. And like they said, it's 500 pages in total. We get the summaries, right? We don't see the closed door sessions and everything else that happens. So that's just my opinion. But thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
Good evening, John Sanders again. I want to state up front that your proposal to amend ordinance 90-8 and its predecessors is justified. You're undercompensated for the public service that you perform, and I absolutely support an increase in your salaries. Without a doubt, you invest hours, countless hours, to become familiar with constituent concerns, community issues, city finances, state and federal legislation, and many other matters that impact city governance. Although I acknowledge the merits of an increase, I oppose this proposed ordinance for two main reasons. One, both the staff report and the draft ordinance refer to Senate Bill 329 as not applicable to Marina. You deny its applicability because of Marina's status as a charter city. But paradoxically, you rely heavily on SB 329 for the justification to give yourselves an order of magnitude salary increase. Second, you fail to support the increased compensation with any clear methodology. The proposed salaries of $2,250 per month for the mayor and $2,000 per month for council members are totally subjective and arbitrary. By placing your names on a ballot and campaigning for election, you chose to enter public service. You were not forced to do this. You gained people's trust and their votes by making a commitment to public service, and it is vital that you keep that in mind. You must never use your offices for personal gain, and this proposed tenfold increase in council compensation smacks of personal gain. As you wrestle with the matter of compensation, I encourage you to be prudent and practical. Simply adopt the state of California's methods for city councils in general law cities to update your compensation. This approach will give you an appropriate and deserved salary increase without loss of public trust. One final closing note. City manager commented on the legislative history of SB 329. As I was doing my research to try and frame what I felt would be a reasonable position, I came across California League of California Cities program in 2011, shortly after the criminal scandal in the city of Bell, in which the council in that charter city grossly inflated their salaries. So the state method goes right back to that earlier time.
Good evening, Grace Solis Santella, 35-year resident of Marina, having served 10 years on the Marina Planning Commission, of which 2 of those years were meetings that would go into midnight, leading the city through a general plan update. I understand the desire to compensate the council and the mayor fairly, but the proposed stipend increases are excessive and unreasonable. The suggested amounts of $2,000 for council and $2,250 for mayor per month represent a tenfold increase and are completely out of line with cities on the Monterey Peninsula. Furthermore, the idea of providing health coverage and vision and dental for full families for volunteers who are obligated to meet twice a month, despite a few extra meetings you may attend, seems particularly absurd. Let's look at the facts. Marina has a population of 23,000 and revenues of 34 million. You're proposing compensation comparable to Salinas, which has a population of 155,000 and revenues of 173 million. That's over 6 times our population and 5 times our revenue. Even Monterey, with a larger population of 28,000 and significantly higher revenues of 204 million, pays its council considerably less. Mayor Delgado mentioned Santa Cruz as a benchmark, but that comparison is flawed. Santa Cruz, a city of 62,000 with 155 million in revenue, functions as a Silicon Valley suburb. It's not a realistic comparison for Marina. A more appropriate comparison is Seaside, a city with identical development challenges, a slightly larger population of 33,700, but more than double our revenues at 81 million, yet Seaside pays its council members and mayor just 400 per month. While Marina is a charter city and not legally bound by SB 329 limitations, consider this. Monterey, Pacific Grove, and Salinas are also charter cities, yet their compensation aligns with those guidelines. The proposed stipends for Marina are more appropriate for a city 6 to 11 times our size. No one's saying you shouldn't be paid fairly, but this reeks of entitlement. It's disconnected from the people you serve and from the resources you manage. It's a bad look. I urge the council to reconsider these figures and propose stipends that reflect the reality of Marina's size and budget, and put it on the ballot in 2026 and let the voters have their say. In closing, I'm just astounded. I know you all love this town and you feel passionately about this town, but this is just extreme. And I'm just astounded. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace.
Good evening, council members. My name is Nancy Amadeo. I'm a member of the quote, "Do Nothing Council" that preceded you. Yes, I have heard it mentioned before that we did nothing. I served as an appointed member for 8 months in 2008 and elected for 8 years beginning in December of 2010. Here is a small list of the things previous councils accomplished that provided you with the revenue to continue the progress begun many years ago. The Dunes development, Sea Haven, Marina Station. These all included DDAs and CEQA documents. The council, when I began, was negatively impacted by the Great Recession. As a result, all projects stopped. In 2008, we were able to keep the Dunes development going by negotiating the second implementation agreement. Later, we also negotiated further changes to keep the project on an improved schedule and ending force majeure. Other developers walked away. Some went bankrupt. During this time, we lost much of the revenue needed to maintain our roads. The state took vehicle registration from cities, which had been designated for local road maintenance. All we had was our share of the gas tax. That money allowed for only about 200 yards of maintenance per year. Due to lost revenue from home foreclosures, the loss of redevelopment agencies, and tax increment financing, we were not filling empty positions, and we eliminated positions. We were operating on a skeletal group of employees. Example, planning was down to an admin and a director. Every department was impacted, including public safety. Our meetings often went till 11 without finishing the business necessary to keep moving the city forward. As a result, we had extra meetings. Often we had 4 meetings a month and sometimes up to 6. For myself, I decided not to accept my stipend the first 2 years I was elected to council, but I also paid out of my own pocket to attend the annual League of California Cities Conference. There was no income to offset the approximately $1,000 I spent to represent our city. I served on 3 boards on behalf of the city. I also represented our league district on the Public Policy Public Safety Committee for 5 years. I considered it an honor to serve our city. I never questioned whether the stipend was enough to cover the meetings or events I attended. I knew that stipend was there, but to cover the cost of my attendance at boards I was assigned to. Gas has gone up, food has gone up, so an increase is warranted. I would suggest $500 for the mayor and $400 for council members would be appropriate. The mayor is the face of the city and therefore has an obligation to attend far more events than council members. You're not employees.
That's time.
And therefore should not give yourself a
Thank you,
salary
Nancy.
with benefits and annual increases.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, anyone else here in person before we go online would like to speak to this matter? Okay, let's go online. And Brad, welcome back.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, thank you to those intelligent speakers before me. Thank you so much for getting up there and speaking. I'm shocked that we're even talking about this tonight. It's incredible to me. And I just want to remind you again, why did you run for office to begin with? You knew what you were getting into. You knew all the commitments that would be required to be in office, to attend meetings. And you did this with full knowledge and without any regrets, I assume. And now you're asking to be compensated for it. How disingenuous is that? And then on top of that, you're even talking about resurrecting Measure U. So you're going to not only give yourself a pay raise, or you think you are. I hope you're not going to do it. I hope you have a conscience. And then you're going to ask the taxpayers and the voters to pay more in taxes to pay for development. That's incredible. That is so arrogant. I cannot believe that. Anyway, getting back to comparable other boards, and which I mentioned, and there's another board that's equally, they're all their members are elected just like you all are, and they're compensated $50, and that doesn't cover hardly any of their costs. So, like the previous speaker stated, we went in this because we wanted to serve our public, and we knew what we were getting into. And health benefits are totally inappropriate. Again, elected office wasn't meant to be a career choice. And like the previous speaker said, you're not employees. You shouldn't even compare yourself to that. And also, isn't the compensation, wasn't it understated? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, and I know you're not going to answer me because I'm supposedly just speaking. Yeah. Are there any compensations? You mentioned other related regional and other boards that you have to be attending. Are you compensated for those extraneous board meetings and other for the county and other regional meetings? Are those compensated meetings? So I think we're not getting the full picture here. So please, again, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And this is a case where you need to be prudent, you need to be honest, you need to say to yourself, why did I run for elected office to begin with? And from what I understand, 2 or 3 of the members on the council are financially well set, and they don't require the extra money. So anyway, thank you again, and again, please search your conscience.
All right, thank you, Brad. Let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen. Welcome.
Thank you, council members. I appreciate this time to speak before you. Before I speak, I just want to point out that a prior speaker receives $100 a meeting as our representative for the Mosquito District and has so for at least 5 years. So I just want to counter a little bit of her story of sharing with you the element of service. I just find that a little hypocritical. I just like to say service is definitely to our community is an honor, and I was lucky enough to be able to do that. I could only do it for a certain amount of time because economics did become a factor. I did some figures recently, and I figured my time on council, which was just short of 4 years, I was easily putting in at least $40,000 worth in arrears that my family had to absorb. My husband had to, I will say it, he had to subsidize the work that I did outside the house. So yes, it is true. We get into this service and we don't look for compensation at all. And that is the highest honor to be able to do. But on the other hand, I think it's quite unfair when I look at what we have to do. What we're doing and the level of expertise that is required. Apples to apples is not the same with any other city in our community. Quickly, I did just an array of work that you needed to have skill sets. You needed to be well versed in development, laws and knowledge of negotiation analysis, in litigation, employee relations, understanding water law studies, being ahead of being abreast of what current trends, laws, policy that's in place. We're a climate city, so climate change. We're an ocean city, sorry. Infrastructure, recreation, police, fire, equipment, studies. I can go on. So I don't feel I'm here to justify that you don't. I'm here to say that you do definitely deserve a raise. I understand what Mr. Memora is saying with the cost of what it looks like, maybe exorbitant, but I also exorbitant. But I also have to put into perspective that when this council 2-3 years ago when I came in, there was 80 priorities. Our meetings went late at night as a result. We worked tirelessly with meetings going late to whittle those down to 10 priorities at most. I'm just wondering, can you hear me?
Can hear you and your time is almost up.
Yeah, I was looking at it. Anyway, I just want to say, I understand the concern about the timing of this and whether it
Thank
is
you,
justified.
Christina. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I have to because your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome back, Denise. There you go, Denise. Welcome.
Thank you. The slide presentation that we saw had the word salary on it, and fortunately for most of the people speaking, they said stipend or stipend. So that should be one clarification in your discussion just coming up, because a salaried employee has a supervisor, a disciplinary process, etc. I don't think that those things probably apply to a stipend. I'm hoping that in your conversation that you will be creative and explicit about what the stipend shouldn't cover. And I also hope that you keep in mind that budget season, yay, is already upon us. And we'll have that. And you want to be as unbruised as possible going into that earache. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Let's go to Mia Nguyen. Welcome, Mia. Welcome, Mia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Hello.
Hi. This proposed stipend increase, supposedly incorporating a total compensation amount for health benefits, is deeply flawed. An adjustment is reasonable, but none of this magnitude, nor in this manner. You are volunteers and not city employees. The total of this proposed stipend comparable to the other cities you've listed, are 6 to 11 times the size of Marina. It raises questions, and its intended purpose is very questionable. Many, if not all of you, already have health insurance. This means the extra money intended for health insurance becomes pure unrestricted income, as there's no requirement to spend it on health. The additional victims of injustice will be future council members who may actually require health insurance. The fixed stipend will be a cruel joke. Individual plans costs fluctuate wildly based on age, pre-existing conditions, family size. These factors will leave future council members underinsured and unable to afford necessary care. You're effectively engineering a system of gross inequality. The city should assess an optional offer, subsidized part-time employment healthcare directly to the council members who actually need it. Keep it completely separate from the stipends. This targeted approach provides genuine support where it's required and does not enrich those who are already well covered. It is ethical and fiscally sound path forward. So please make the right decisions. Trust takes years to earn and minutes to crush. So don't, abuse your power to vote yourselves a healthy wage increase because you're not employees. You're public servants. You've chosen to do this path, and hopefully not for money, but for the good of the community that you're serving. So listen to your constituents that have spoken up mostly against this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mia. Let's go to Hans Alchua.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Hans Chua. I've been a resident of Marina since 2015. So back in March of 2024, members of this council argued that this increase is partly meant to encourage other people to run for office. Now, all of you knew what the current volunteer stipend was when you ran for office, and those amounts of $200 to $250 did not deter any of you. If I also recall correctly from the council video, none of you said that you needed health benefits from the city. The real deterrent isn't the stipend, but rather the challenge for running for office. That challenge is greater when running in a contested election, and it is greatest when running in a contested election to unseat an incumbent. You all know the demands. It is far easier to be appointed, as we saw when former council member Dirksen resigned, and more than 4 applicants came forward. One of you, in fact, said to me, quote, "It's the perfect opportunity to be seated without a ton of the demand it usually requires." End quote. My point is this: if it is your intention that this disproportionately large increase, which is wholly out of line with other charter cities on the peninsula, is truly intended to encourage others to run, then, given your prior acceptance of the current stipend, you should have no problem with the increase taking effect only after each of you faces an election or until it is approved by the voters. If you choose the latter, that can be as early as 2026. Therefore, to demonstrate the sincerity of your stated intent to encourage future candidates, I urge that you delay the implementation of this increase until after the next election cycle or until all of you have faced elections. For the record, I support raising your stipends to be on par with Seaside. That is a city that is comparable to Marina. And you should really go no further than that. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
Thank you, Hans. Let's go to Jay Welcome, Jay.
Hello, my name's Dave Gorman, and I'm going to be fairly brief here because most of the other speakers have stated much of what I've worried about. So what I really want to ask is what guarantees as a public do we have that there won't be another 10 times increase next year, and then the year after, and the year after that, and then including more health benefits or travel stipends. All you have to do is vote on it as a group, and then we can be faced with many, many costs that we never perceived we even had to think about year after year. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And we answer all questions at the end of public comment. So we'll get back to you on that guarantee question. Okay, let's go to Monica Leonard. Welcome, Monica.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm reiterating a lot of what has already been said, but this has been on my heart and on my mind since I first attended my first meeting as a new resident of Marina. Being a city council member shouldn't include a substantial income, and your proposal is absolutely substantial. Serving is something that someone is compelled to do for the love of their city. Sorry. For that service, a modest monthly payment is absolutely reasonable. The modest increase is absolutely reasonable at this point. The proposed amount is far from modest, as is the 5% proposed increase. It's frankly a greedy abuse of power, especially considering benefits are not only for the council members, but also their family members. That's a huge monetary value. Not to mention, it's a gold plan covered at 75% with dental and vision. What local employees of small businesses get a deal like that? I, as a single mother, for sure don't get that kind of benefit. I pay out the wazoo for health benefits. For a volunteer position, that amount of coverage and that amount of payment is outrageous. If there's enough excess money in the budget for such a huge increase, then why shouldn't that money go towards something that'll benefit the community instead of lining pockets? Regardless of monthly pay, there's a barrier for people running. As a single parent, I wouldn't be able to afford a campaign. Perception is everything. So if you're going to approve a raise in pay, have it go to vote. Otherwise, this feels like a money grab. Please consider if you want a money grab to be part of your legacy on the city council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monica. Let's go to Greg Fury. Welcome, Greg.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Hello.
Hello. Thank you guys for your service. I think this is a real mistake on your part, reaching this far. I agree with a lot of the critics who've been on social media that the council's asking for a ridiculously disproportionate stipend increase, and it seems divorced from reality. It doesn't align with the size of Marina or comparable communities. Just for the record, I've done some unofficial polling, and I'm talking about not in the Dunes or Sea Haven, where people have come from wealthy cities in the Bay Area and have, in my opinion, a little bit of a stilted view of what actually goes on in the city, maybe a romantic view. But if you talk to the working class people in Central Marina, Old Marina, whatever you call it, and you discuss this issue with them, they're horrified. They're actually insulted. And so I'll just leave you with that. But I am here to suggest you take a middle road. It may not make everybody happy, but it's probably a little more balanced and easier to accept by everyone. I think you deserve a raise. I think that whether it's $400 a month and $500 for the mayor or double that even, I would not be opposed to that. It aligns more closely the 400 and the 500 with comparable cities. Has been mentioned, Seaside, for example, which has a larger population, larger revenues, pretty much same growth challenges. You've already heard this. Second, implement automatic annual adjustments to stipends based on the CPI. I think, I don't, Hans Anschul, was it? Somebody mentioned that. I think the 5% could be too high, too low. And if it's too high, you'll just gain a lot of resentment from people. Last, amend the city charter to require voter approval for any stipend increases beyond the annual CPI adjustment. From here on, it empowers the community to decide on significant increases, ensuring accountability, transparency. If this council believes substantial increase is warranted, make your case to the voters in 2026. Future councils will be then bound the same way. This approach addresses an immediate need for fair compensation. It removes potential conflicts of interest and ensures future adjustments that are both reasonable and subject to voter oversight. It's a compromise, but it balances responsible governance with fiscal prudence. And I will say that in the 24 years I've lived here, the only council member that I ever saw give regular updates and oversight to their constituents was Frank O'Connell, who did a quarterly meeting at the library and always had an agenda and invited all of the appropriate parties and informed people. I'm not saying that critically, but just for a little information. And we once had a council with 3 attorneys, Ms. Amadeo, who had horrible, inordinate amounts of time. They had to deal with FORA, they had to deal with all kinds of issues. So, but I applaud you, I thank you, and I wish you luck with this.
Thank you, Greg. Okay, let's keep public comment open for anyone that hasn't spoken but wishes to raise their hand so that they can speak. Please do so. All right, we'll close public comment. And Dave Gorman asks, what guarantees are there that we wouldn't do this again? That is, increase our stipends tonight and again soon, and then again soon after that. So Dave, I'll just speak from what I know. There's no guarantees. I think there's a limit. We can only do it like once a year or something like that. But I think that if we've gone 30 years without doing it, we're highly unlikely to do it anytime soon. Because when you do it, I'm finding out, this is our first time trying or addressing this issue, that most people don't like it. And so that's partly why it's probably taken 30 years. But no guarantees, Dave, but I highly doubt that it would happen again anytime soon, especially if there was some kind of a regular increase, so we don't get into the bind of getting behind and then having to catch up, or wanting to catch up, however you want to put that. Okay, did anyone else have any questions that go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem?
See, Denise Turley asked the difference between stipend or salary.
Okay, who'd like to address that? Our city attorney, Renee Ortega.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a difference. It's whatever it is in terms of it's what you're actually approving, and maybe Belinda could explain it.
The terms are used interchangeably, but there is a difference, and I think we need to clarify if we want to call it a stipend or a salary, but they are used interchangeably just for what someone is paid.
I didn't touch it. Brett Imamura asked if council members are compensated for other board meetings that they attend.
And Brad, to answer that question, some are and some aren't. Depends on which one. And if they are compensated, it's usually approximately $50 to $75 per meeting, something like that.
Mr. Mayor, would you clarify which ones are? Because I believe the vast majority are not. I know mosquito abatement is one, but I don't know.
MST, mosquitoes, Regen,
Regen
and
has
TAMC.
$100. Regen, mosquito, MST.
And TAMC.
AMBAG is a $50 stipend.
Okay, AMBAG.
And Monterey County Regional Taxi Authority is $50 also.
I'm on the wrong committees.
It's okay.
I want to keep Regen. That's my favorite.
Okay.
All right. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. But the mosquito abatement is not served by a council member, correct? It's served by Ms. Amadeo.
Correct.
And that's the highest paid one, or that has the highest. Okay.
Yes.
So we've heard a couple of comments comparing our salary of getting an increase to Seaside at $395, but they also get full medical, which would be, what do you think approximately is the value of that?
$2,700. 2,700 is.
Right. So really they're more like 3,100 is the full compensation package. So for me, that's not a good comparison because it's not the full compensation package. I mean, it is that dollar amount of the salary, but not the, with every other city basically getting health benefits except for Pacific Grove, it does make it a little challenging to hear, the dollar amount. But anyways, I wanted to just confirm about Seaside, and we don't necessarily, are all of the cities on PERS? Is that an easy assumption?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So they have the same PERS Gold, PERS,
yeah.
whatever, and the same price for the healthcare benefits.
Correct.
Okay, great.
And I
Thank
did
you.
want to clarify regarding the size of the city. So sometimes the way we got to this list of cities is usually the city will hire a consulting firm during labor negotiations to look at comparable cities and decide. So some of these cities have airports, and that's why they're on here, because the city of Marina has an airport. Some cities are on here because they have a lot of development going on similar. So they're not all equal, but there's some reason why they were brought into the mix to kind of find a
Sure.
comparable.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions for now.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Brian. There's one thing. Our city manager noted some questions from the public. So let's go to you after the city manager. I'm sorry to do that.
Sorry, I think there's just one last question. As Christine asked about how it will be paid for out of the budget, and it'd be general fund. Then she asked if it would be assessed against the properties, and no, it will not be assessed against the properties.
No different than staff salaries. General fund, not assessed against properties. Okay. Brian, thank you for.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So I suspect there's going to probably be several rounds of discussion here because this really is a difficult conversation to have, because it's one that, in my opinion, the optics are never going to fully align with the realities of fact. And that just makes it really tough. And I want to thank Councilmember Biala and Vischer for initially making this proposal, because quite frankly, it is a very progressive and out of the box proposal that I don't know that I had thought about before. In some ways I had kind of thought maybe this wouldn't come to council, and I didn't look forward to the day when we had to address this, because I understand the optics are not good. But it really did force me to kind of dig deep and really think about what the merits and consequences of looking at this issue were. And so I will say for myself, I do have great privilege to be able to serve my community without compensation. I understand we get the $200, which, by the way, barely covers gas, let alone real expenses. I mean, even for me, even though I have privilege of being able to serve in this way without compensation, is the way I will phrase it. I know that most of my community doesn't, and they want to run. And so I think that's what we're kind of looking at tonight, is truly how we encourage that kind of participation from more than the demographic that has typically participated. And so again, I just want to be clear that for me, this has been an incredible privilege. I think people in the public said you accepted this knowing what the compensation was, and I think that is true. But I also think that looking to see what would create an environment where more people would run is very important to me. And there was the conversation about having it start at the next election. What I would say is I think that's a fair thing to discuss, but I also think that it sends a message that, hey, depending on who gets elected in that cycle, maybe that stipend won't be there. And so will I get elected and then realize that I can't afford it? We heard from people today, prior Councilmember Medina Dirksen, who said that finances were a big reason why she stepped down. Councilmember Uridia that left, I'm not sure what his situation was. But these positions do create a hardship on this council and for their families. And I'll pass the baton for now, but I do want to just take the time to say to the people sitting on this dais and to your families, thank you for what you have sacrificed to serve your community. So I'm going to pass for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for all of the public comment this evening. I think for me, just some easy yeses that I think we can agree on would be the automatic increase that would follow the COLA. I also think, I recognize the concern of, how do you know we're not going to vote next week to like triple our salary? Well, this hasn't been done in 34 years. So it's probably not going to be done for another, couple of decades. I think by putting in that automatic increase for future councils, we're alleviating them of this, process. They're going to be caught up, and then they're going to continue to, be somewhat in line with other salaries. So this won't need to, this won't have to happen again. And then also following the travel reimbursement policy, I think is an easy yes for me as well. Thank you for looking into the childcare. When we talked about this in March, I was more curious about broader caregiving, because I know we have aging parents also. Not everybody up here has kids. But I also think that it's important that the council is in line with the same benefits that are offered to staff. I know Seaside offers childcare. I don't know that we want to have kids over there till 11:30 midnight. I don't know if the city wants to take that on. I'm just being realistic. So I'm okay to take that off the table. And thank you for looking into that. And then as far as the increase and the health benefits, it says a lot to me that we're the only city that doesn't offer health benefits. And as a breast cancer survivor, I would have been financially ruined had I not had really good health benefits. We're a PERS family, we're a union family. I feel very fortunate for that. Even just my co-insurance and co-pay, I had to ask for financial assistance. So do I want to see my colleague or future colleagues, and medical bills are like the number one reason how people go bankrupt, lose their home, lose their cars, etc. Do I want to see my colleagues or future council members be in that situation? No. So I do believe that, we should have that offer of access. And just because it's offered doesn't mean that we're all going to take it. But that's something that I really think about. And having gone through a medical issue, it is very near and dear to my heart. So I do want to hear what my other colleagues have to say. And as far as the dollar amount, I do want to hear what my colleagues have to say. When I look at the numbers and I look at all of the yeses of the health, dental, and vision, I don't necessarily think that the 2,000 and the 2,250 are that out of line. Because some of these cities are in the 35 to 4,200 range for total compensation. So, this is like a very taboo conversation, and that's why it hasn't been done in 34 years. Here we are. I hope that we're brave. I want to do something tonight. I don't want to drag this on anymore. I really, think that we, I look forward to moving this forward in some capacity. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to make it really abundantly clear again, because I think Councilwoman McAdams emphasized this. Twice I've heard that Seaside is more of a comparable, city to Marina, and $400, yes, for this stipend, but we are being much more transparent, because if we were offering health benefits, we would include that. They have health benefits. That's $2,700 extra dollars that you have to add on to that. So that is $3,100, and we're asking for $2,000 to be at the discretion of the person to use healthcare benefits. So when we say people are saying this is extraordinarily, yes, it's 100%, 100 times more increase, but that's because we were virtually getting nothing. And so we are, as opposed to looking at it, wow, there's such a gross, change. It should be looked at, my gosh, Marina is finally getting into a middle range of offering what other cities have been offering. So this is completely reasonable to me. And, we're still sort of in the middle range. We're not even excessive at this point. So people have got to compare apples to apples. We have to add in the benefit cost. Anyone out there who's paying for their own insurance knows the cost of healthcare. When they report $400, but they don't report the dollar amount for those hugely expensive healthcare, dental, and vision expenses, that is not comparing apples to apples. So that's my first point that I, again, want to emphasize. And we are not seeing this as a working wage of any kind. I mean, few people could live off of $2,000 a month as a salary. But what this will do is, as Council Member McCarthy was saying, we want the people like Council Member McAdams, who is a working single mother. We want that representation, not just retirees who have discretionary time. That doesn't represent our city. If we're going to do this, we can't make it a burden for people to have to experience this kind of financial deficit in order to serve the city. And so I think that is it was originally what the Senate bill or whatever, that was their intention, because people couldn't run. And I think that's a very important point. And also, the stipend or the salaries, whatever you want to call it, is not the same funding pot as our Measure U. I've heard people say, how can you talk about stipends for the council when you've asked before for $50 million for the Measure U for building infrastructure? No amount of savings that we have for, I think, well-deserved compensation for the council is going to remotely touch a $50 million need for the city for infrastructure. So they come out of completely different pots of money. We have adequate budget for our staff salaries. That's operational costs. The city has to have that in order to exist. We don't, our current budget is like 23 million, right? And where are we going to come up with 50 million for new police and fire station and getting out of these 50-year-old portables? It's not possible. So please don't equate our $50 million ask on a bond to having the audacity to ask for compensation for the city. They are two entirely different things. And I think that, thank you for going over all of the things that the council people do. I did an exercise a year ago. I just simply took 2 months of my last calendar, and I listed all the things that I do. Most of the public isn't even aware of the things that you categorized, and I think you categorized on some of the lists that I had. For the last council meeting, I also did the same exercise and I came up with 41 different things that I had done in 60 days. So people out there just don't understand. We're not being paid just to sit up here to look at a packet and then vote and go home. That is not what the public expects of us. That is not what we expect of ourselves. This is an important role. It's central to the workings of our city. And so I hope that the public understands this. And that is not to say that we're not willing to do this. We have had to be willing to do this and feeling it a privilege. But going further into the future, I don't think it's proper for us to ask this kind of sacrifice to serve the city when everyone around us is compensating city council members monetarily, monetizing the benefits and everything far more than $2,000 a month. So I want to keep that perspective. What we are asking is not unreasonable, nor I don't know. We're not greedy, people wanting to be self-serving. No, that's not it at all. So I just wanted to say that. And I have still more comments, but I know we want to keep going. So I'm going to stop for now and I'll go on the next round.
Thank you, Kathy. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Varela. I would like to thank everybody who gave their comments, either by email or in person or via Zoom. And quite a few times the word shame was used. And what surprised me or saddens me is that nobody, except for one speaker tonight, they might have left, thanked us. It doesn't cost anything to be friendly. I remember when I was speaking as a member of the public here, if there was enough time, I would always thank the council members for their service. Doesn't cost anything. And that's worth a lot. It's not just money that we're trying to get. Appreciation can be free and very valuable. So that was my input for this. So, but yes, we're all spending a lot of time and energy, and we're trying to improve the quality of this beautiful city that we all live in. And none of us has run for office for the money. We're humans. We use our education, our job, and life experiences to do this job as well as we can. Until now, that was unpaid. And it can even cost money, as some people already have mentioned. Just gas alone, or if you're lucky enough to have an electric car, you can use the solar if you have that. But this is what makes it so hard for many people to be able to afford to even run for council. And especially, of course, if you have to give up another job for this or choose not to find paid employment because you know how much time this takes. And as other cities already have decided, it's time for a change. In Marina, this should have been addressed earlier than in sometime in the previous 3 decades. And thank you, Nancy Amadeo, for explaining that what other councils went through with the economic downturn. And I'm very sorry to hear that the previous council was referred to as a do-nothing council. I've never heard that. I always try not to blame other council members because I know we will be blamed in the future. We don't know what was happening at the time that council members voted, that they made decisions. We always hope, and I think everybody on the council, in previous councils, everybody has our city at heart. What's best for our city. We can have different opinions, but that's our goal. And but okay, to have said all this, $200 in 1990, if you Google, is almost $500 today. So anything less than 500 is not even bringing it up to par with the amounts that were paid in 1990, when I assume or think that people didn't spend as much time as we do now. And so yeah, I've written this down. I think the only people who would consider running at this moment for, if we do not make a change, these are people who belong to one or more of these groups. You can guess what I belong to. Okay. People who underestimate what it takes. Yep. They have an employer that allows or even encourages participation in local politics. They have a partner with sufficient income. They are wealthy enough to not need additional income or paid benefits. They are retired, or they don't need a lot of sleep. Okay. So, but it really takes, some people just don't sleep. So yeah, for me, it's, the question for me would be the benefits. Clearly there are people like me, we don't need it. I'm Medicare now, yoo-hoo. And so I think what can really help more people to run is by offering it to people who need it. But I know there's a risk that might play a factor when people are candidates. So I don't know if voters will look at, oh, if I choose that mom, she doesn't need the extra money. So, and I don't know how to deal with that. So I will stop now because I know my 5 minutes are probably more than gone. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have kids, and so long ago, I made the decision that my community was my family. And most of the people in this room who are residents, I've been to your house multiple times, but you might not know that there's a lot of other people in town who I visit in their homes. And I try to help them every way I can. I help them with their money for their rent. I help them find out how to address their issues with the city or outside the city. I give minimum of 30 hours a week. Currently, that's about $2 an hour. I've been on council for 4 years and I've been mayor for 16 years. And the longer that I'm mayor, the more people I know and interact with, and the more people ask for help and the more people I give help. And I don't really care what I get paid. It's been $212 take home pay after taxes for this 20 years I've been sitting here. There's been 11 councils that I've worked with. So when someone says do nothing council, that's only a 2-year council because the council changes every 2 years. This 11th council now that I'm serving with is the first council that has 5 hard-working council members. Nobody's a seat warmer on this council. And that means that you don't just come to these meetings, but that between the meetings, you have your own initiatives. And each of us has multiple personal initiatives that they're engaged with as a leader, helping our city. Nobody really knows that. But yesterday I gave a $5,000 check to the school district. It cost me $5,000 out of my own pocket to go to Korea as a sister city representative. City didn't give a penny, nor did we ask. This year, I'll spend another $5,000 representing our city going to Japan as a sister city. I give hundreds of dollars every year to high school GoFundMe sports programs. This all comes out of my retirement fund. I'm retired, so the more money I spend, the less money I have for retirement. And that's fine. I'd rather spend my money alive helping people than die with money on the table. One of the public speakers represents us on the mosquito district. That person earns $100 a meeting. How many hours do you think that person spends a week on the mosquito district for $100? Maybe 2, maybe 5, I don't know. Maybe less than that. Whereas we're spending a lot more. Population is one metric, just one metric. Another metric is what's going on? What's going on in Monterey County compared to what's going on in Marina? Every issue we do is complicated. It's long. The water issue, trying to protect our water, visiting with the governor, visiting with the lieutenant governor. I'm making $2 an hour advocating for their help and traveling on my own time. This time that I spent with the city up until I retired in June of last year, it was all on vacation time. So I don't take vacations. I spend my 6 weeks a year that I got vacation going to meetings and driving my coworkers crazy because they never knew when I was going to be in the office because I was going to too many meetings. When I'm not in the office, I'm using my annual leave, my vacation time. So that's how my life's been for the last 20 years. and it's been the best years of my life. I wouldn't give it up for the world. I think my 5 minutes is here up, so let's go back to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for saying that because, I feel the same way, but I'm certainly not as, I mean, I know of all of us, you spend the most time in the community, but all of us do our share, and thank you very much. So I want to say that our council is the final vote for each and every important decision of the city of Marina. Surely the council must have some value for the people out there. And I'm thank you for saying the appreciation, because I think we hear more complaints and more demands than appreciation. But I want people to understand that we are the last word. I want to say there were community surveys done in 2022 and 2024 by FM3 Research, who were the precursors to Measure U. They were assessing our community about how they felt about our city and whether we even had a chance for Measure U. And here are some of the important conclusions from that. June 2024, more than half of voters perceive that Marina is headed in the right direction, up from 2022. 7 in 10 voters continue to approve of the job being done by the city of Marina. In June 2022, half of the likely voters in the city of Marina think things in the Marina are headed in the right direction. And this is a direct quote from the consultants: a high rating for a California city, and which is backed up by the results of other questions. June 2022 and 2024, Marina is still considered a good place to live by 3/4 of the voters. The consultant was just aghast about how our community feel about Marina. And I think our present council is something that the community should be proud of. And you may not agree with everything we do, but we are headed in the right direction. And everybody up here, you know how we obsess over all the details. You know how we obsess over hearing everything. And that's why our meetings are so long, because we're doing the best that we can for our community. I want to also say that the work in our city is like no other in the region. I think Council Member Bisher also said that, is that you can't just by the number of population decide, what is our worth up here. Marina, you know how we are growing. You know all the undeveloped lands that we're trying to create something from. You know that we have an economic driver of Joby in our city that is changing the economics of the region. You know that the population is growing, and the more people, the more concerns. And we're having to develop systems and new infrastructure because we're no longer a small town. Suddenly now, all the things that we assumed were working from before are not in place for a city as we are growing. So our council has, more than any time in the history of Marina, been sort of exposed to some huge strategic decisions and huge work that I really don't think that had been in previous councils because of where the city is currently. And I want to say that this so-called council job, even with the increases, is basically a minimum wage and not considered a working salary. We expect to have volunteerism be the mainstay of this position from now until forever, no matter what kind of salary we're getting. Each time I've attended the League of Cities conference, usually like a 3-day conference for city council people, it's really a great a learning experience. They always say, every time I've gone, that this local city councils are the most difficult publicly elected positions, because higher levels, one, they get paid a whole lot, but the higher levels are so distant from the local issues. They don't have access to all the people in our communities. We live here. We see people in the growth, but there's no way to us to avoid that. It's a very difficult position to be in. And so I want you to appreciate us from that perspective. And I want you to I've worked my whole career in healthcare. I want you to think of your job that you currently have now. What if everybody, whatever position you hold, let's say a supervisor or a manager or whatever, everybody in your company could criticize you on any decision every day, any decision. And they could humiliate you. They could call you out. They could protest you. They could, they could embarrass you in front of your fellow employees. I'm sorry, but that is in this kind of role. This has been such a dramatic change for me because we are exposed all the time. And you can't even imagine, the kind of situation this is versus if you were an employee somewhere. It's completely different. And I just want to quote a recent comment from the public. It said, quote, to the mayor and city and council members, and this was the second paragraph, quote, if council member Biala or others aren't willing to serve the people of Marina at $500 and $400 per month, they should resign. This one statement validates all my previous comments about devaluing council members, not comparing apples to apples, and to all the challenges of this position. And please remember that our council never makes a decision without a majority. Targeting any one of us, which is happening more frequently, may I say, does not acknowledge that none of us can pass a resolution individually. There must always be at least 3 of us. And everyone on this current dais is so diligent. And as I said before, considered every minute details of everything that's presented to us. And we are making the best collective decisions, whether it specifically is what anyone out there in the public is wanting. And as council members too, we don't always get our way and may be voted down, but we accept this and still hold high regard for the decision of our fellow council members. I hope that Marina can preserve a culture of acceptance, respect, and kindness for our council and for one another that we are known for. We are known for being a friendly and considerate city. What negative behaviors might be acceptable in other places should not be so in Marina. It is also easy to criticize anything, and it's so much harder to participate and be part of solutions. And we want good people to run for elected positions, and the culture we build or not build will affect who even wants to run for this position in the future. So that's all I have to say, but I'm very passionate about what I'm saying. I'm sorry, I'm getting emotional. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Should I make a motion that we extend till 10:45? I know we've got a couple important issues. I make that motion.
I'm happy to second.
Councilmember Adams, all in favor of the motion to go till 10:45, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed unanimously. Brian, did you have other input?
Yes, so I'm going to try to keep this brief. I know we need to get on with the business of the city. So I'm just going to use my remaining time to just make a couple comments about some things that I heard from the public without trying to go down the rabbit hole too far. I think we know there's innumerable ways that we could potentially measure any salary increase, right? It could be population growth. It could be number of projects done, hours worked, numbers of candidates that apply each election cycle. I mean, anybody, whether it's the public or us, could take numbers and use them to kind of narrate a story, right? And I think what we're tasked with doing is trying to take all those potential scenarios and come up with a solution that benefits the people of Marina as a whole. I heard a lot of focus on the general law, city law, and I think that's valid, and I think it is a data point to look at. But what I will say is that obviously we're not a general law city. We are charter for a reason. Our residents wanted that, and that not only gives us, the council, a lot of power to shape the policy of the city, but it actually gives residents a lot of power as well. And so, I mean, certainly we could go to being a general law city, but I would guess that if we took a poll today, that most people would not favor that. In terms of boards and commissions, say that that list was not all exhaustive. For example, I serve on AMBAG, but oh, by the way, because I'm on AMBAG, they actually appointed me to another body that, has other subcommittees. And it's quite ridiculous if the public really had any idea of what some of these auxiliary meetings actually entail. But we have had staff members serve on some of those. And I will tell you that the cost of that to the public, staff, and I'm not trying to call out staff, it might have been 60, 80, 100 or more dollars an hour compared to the $2 an hour that you're currently getting from your council. So even at $20 an hour, I mean, that's a tremendous, the way I look at it, cost savings, when you look at what the council puts into some of these boards and commissions. Again, you can take data points and you can kind of manipulate them to tell your story. But one that I looked at, and it wasn't my intent to manipulate the story, but how much did a worker at McDonald's make in 1975 at minimum wage when our city was founded? And the number I came up with back in the napkin was $187 for 20 hours a week. How much would that same McDonald's worker make today? Now, mind you, what is fast food minimum wage? $20 in state of California. It would be about $18.75. And so that worker in 1975 that made 187 would make 1875 today. And so I think that, to me, that really spoke volumes about what the worth of the council in 1975 or 1980 thought that they were valued at, and what this council should look at about what the worth is for that work. I, for one, do not believe that previous councils were do nothing. I think that they've created tremendous value for our city. Having said that, unarguably, they never addressed council pay increases since 1990. I mean, that they did nothing on, and there might have been valid reasons for that. But now this council is paying the price to have to figure out how to remedy that. Not something that I want to do, as I mentioned before, but here we are, right? Somebody asked, how is it paid for? It's a great question. I don't think there's an easy answer. What I will say, and I think it was articulated by some of my colleagues, is that people on this dais have advocated for money that the public never really understands. We got $1 million grant for our senior center. There's other things that people on this dais have done that have created value for the city. And I'm not saying other councils haven't done that too. But it's really hard to articulate, where does that money come from? But it is a really good question. What it's not is a direct tax on anybody. I think I can say that. I don't know if the city manager or attorney can confirm that, but
That's absolutely correct.
okay. So I think the last thing I'll say is, I don't know what decision the council makes today, but again, we are a charter city. The power is within the people to stop any ordinance that takes effect. I'll tell you, the constituents that I talk to, especially in the underserved community that I represent, don't necessarily think that the proposal is that out of line. But if the public feels that a majority of people think that whatever we vote on tonight is inappropriate, there are mechanisms in place to stop an ordinance from taking effect. And I just want to make sure that the public understands that. So again, I don't know where we go tonight. But these are really tough questions. It's very uncomfortable, quite frankly, for me to talk about again, because as I've said, for me personally, I don't know that, that the salary is not make or break for me. I took this job knowing what the salary was. It's been a great privilege to represent the city of Marina. But I am interested in getting more people to run. And I don't know how we get there, but I think this is one step in the right direction. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember McAdams?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to build a motion. Yes, okay. So I move that the city council follows the city's travel reimbursement policy. Council receives an automatic annual increase that follows COLA. Does that, or would you prefer it to be linked to the?
It can be linked to the COLA. So I wanted to kind of clarify that. I mentioned last year's was 4%, but there have been years where there's no increase because of budgetary issues. So it just matches that. Sometimes they don't get an increase. Sometimes it would be more.
Yes. Yep. Okay. And then council members are offered health benefits. And then I'm going to leave it at that. So I'm gonna leave the salary dollar amount a second motion.
Okay, so we're building a motion. It needs a second to continue.
I'll second.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Turn to speak. I will take a shot at this. The average for comparable cities with not population, but amount of, development. Average here is 1,100 for a council member, 1,375 for a mayor. I'll propose that, or I would like to know what,
So that would be a friendly amendment to the motion, if you want to make it.
well, I would like to discuss this. Can I?
Sure.
Yes, yeah.
Councilmember Biala?
I really want to stay with what unanimously we decided last time at 2,000. And I was thinking that not with benefits, but I'm not, and I understand what you're saying, but a person could use that money to also contribute to healthcare. So we would be bypassing this idea, well, what if this person doesn't need it and this one does, and how to figure all of that out. I mean, I think we should let that option be decided by the person. So if we added health benefits, we're adding $2,700. So we either say we're going to offer 2,700 or 2,000 without health benefits. So I'm just a little bit, concerned about how we're going to mesh that.
You can make a substitute motion if you like,
Yeah, I would.
or you
go-
can
well,
add that to.
Yeah, I
her
would like to
motion or
make
no?
as a friendly amendment or a substitute motion to add the salary be $2,000 flat and not do the healthcare benefits.
Okay, that would be a substitute motion because the original motion already had a salary and the.
No, she deferred it.
Yeah, but she had a friendly amendment.
Oh.
Did you accept her friendly amendment?
I did with the
Okay.
dollar amount.
So the 2,000 of your substitute motion, is that 2,005 ways or is it different for mayor?
Oh, yeah. Okay, no, you're right. So it would be 2,000 for city council members and 2,500 for the mayor.
Okay, I think
That's-
earlier it was 2,250 for mayor.
Oh, it was. Okay, then 2,250. I couldn't remember. There was
All right,
a
so-
year ago.
So I hear the salary, 2,000 and 2,500, depending on which position.
Right.
Anything else in that motion?
But everything the same as
Okay.
the first, the original.
Now, I think
motion.
she had healthcare in hers and you
Oh.
don't. So just state what your motion is besides the salary you've already quoted.
Minus the benefits.
Okay. Is there a second for that?
Can you repeat your?
So the stipend would be 2,000 for council members and 2,250 for the mayor. The COLA increases, I think did you say?
You could say by
travel
city policy,
by city policy. And then I forgot what you said about the travel.
travel by city policy.
Mhm. And, but you did add in healthcare benefits, and that's one thing that I'm not so sure of it, because that would be 2,700 additional dollars to the 2,000.
Okay. So
So-
2,000 to 2,250 plus travel and COLA according to city policy for other folks. Is there a second for that?
I'll second for discussion, because I have some questions.
Okay. Go ahead, Brian.
Mainly for staff. So you've heard so far two motions. In my head, without doing the calculations, the cost to the city seems like it would be pretty similar under both paradigms. Would you agree with that or not necessarily, or?
It is pretty similar. I think when you compare both charts that are on there, there is a little bit of a difference if you have the benefits included and a lower salary. It's actually an increased, so lower salary, including benefits, is the 109,500. And just the increased stipend is 124,000.
So the lower salary amount actually ends up costing the city a little bit more. Is that, am I
Or the
understanding?
opposite. So the
Yeah.
average salary and benefits is a little bit less expensive.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So, and I'll just make the comment before I hear from others. So for me, it just boils down to what is going to attract the most people to run. And unfortunately, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what the answer is, but I'd love to hear if someone has a compelling argument. Councilmember McGinnis.
Thank you, Mayor. And in your substitute motion, is the person is able to participate in the benefits with their salary if they choose to do
If
so?
they choose to do so.
Okay, okay. So I'm happy to accept that friendly amendment.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. That's a substitute motion. Sorry.
Yeah, so I think you would just be indicating support for the substitute
Check.
motion, and you can still vote on either one of the motions. There's just two on the floor.
Okay.
Councilmember Biala?
No, I
Okay. All right. I'd like to go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
No, I'm confused. I thought that Councilmember Biala's motion was a flat fee and no additional benefits.
Except travel and
Yeah,
COLA.
But no health.
That's correct.
Okay, then I understood.
All right. A couple people talked about methodology, not wanting us to be arbitrary. And so there's a couple of methodologies. One is to compare us to small peninsula cities. The average would be $840 a month for the mayor and $566 a month for council. Probably plus health, because most of the cities have health. And we've heard that that's going to increase it quite a bit as far as cost to the city. If we went that route, my $2 an hour would go up to $7 an hour. The other methodology is comparing it to comparable cities. These are cities chosen by the city for many years to compare when we want to pay people an average salary, not a high salary and not a low salary, but a middle salary. And so if you use that methodology, the mayor is $13.75 and the council is $1,100. By that, I would get $11 an hour. The motion on the floor that's a substitute motion, which is $22.50 and $2,000 for council. As Councilman McCarthy said, I personally would make $18.75, which is about minimum wage. And I want to reiterate, I could care less what I get paid. But those are two methodologies that have been presented by staff. And the third approach is the 2,000 and 2250, which doesn't have a methodology behind it, but it's estimated that that's going to be far less expensive to the city as if we were to include healthcare. So between the two motions, the main difference is that the first motion has a healthcare cost and the second motion has a higher salary, but doesn't have the healthcare cost. And I think you clarified that the original motion would be more expensive to the city because it has healthcare than the higher salary motion without healthcare. Is that correct?
No, that it was the opposite. So in the chart, I have estimated cost of the 2,000 and 2250. The total for that is 124,783. And then the average salary of that survey plus benefits with the sitting council. So that was the question that came up is, this is not for future council. I surveyed this council to see what they would select.
Oh. Yeah, so that throws a cog in the wheel.
So if everybody on the council selected the highest level plan, which is a family plan, which all the other cities offer as well, that would increase and that would be higher.
Okay. And when you say 124,000, is that increase over what we're paying today, or is that total?
Total.
Okay. So how much do we pay today? All of the council costs? Approximately?
Don't have
per year.
I could do it.
I thought it was in the report in one of the charts toward the end. I see 69,000. Oh wait, no, that's. My point is that we should be aware of how much it's adding to the city budget to have an increase. What is it?
At the moment, it's, sorry, 12,600.
So it's 12,600 now.
So you can subtract, so the proposed increase is 110,400.
So the city
my
residents,
homework.
the general fund would be paying people up here who are elected $112,000 more per month, all in. And which one was that? Was that the substitute motion or that was a substitute motion? And then how much is the total cost for the original motion, all into the city? 109. So that minus 12 would be about $97,000 more cost to our budget.
So so are you using the options up on this current dais?
Yes.
So I don't think that you can predict that. You can't make a formula for the future based on who is going to accept healthcare. It doesn't make sense.
Right. So I was assuming in the case, we're looking into the future, 20 or 30 years, right? So if the highest would be if all council members
Yes.
had health insurance,
Yes.
it would add $97,000 to our budget. But the substitute motion, which doesn't have health insurance, I thought you said 126,000 for the original motion.
125
Okay.
for just the increase of the salary, no benefits
Oh.
eligibility.
And then it would be twice that or more. So the original motion for the next 20, 30 years is going to be much more expensive than the substitute motion, even though it has a lower salary, right?
Correct, because of the benefits.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure about that. Okay. So let's go to Councilmember Biala.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. All right, Councilmember McCarthy, you might have the last word.
Yeah, so I'm willing to support both of those motions. I think that they're good, but what I will say is that if we accomplish what we're trying to do and get people with families to run, then the option with health insurance does cost the city more. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it actually is more expensive if that happens than the 2,000 number that Kathy suggested. So I know the public, the optics of that will never fully be understood, but I just want to point that out as a data point. And that's where I'm at. Thank you.
All right. So I would like to make a substitute motion on salary that's in between the two methodologies, the small peninsula cities methodologies and the comparable cities. So my motion would be 1,000 for mayor and 850 for council. For me, I'm seeing it as splitting those two methodologies. And that would die for a lack of second if there's not a second. Okay, no benefits, right? So that dies for a lack of second. Did you have something you wanted to say? Okay.
I'm just trying to clarify the first motion, Councilmember Adams, but I think I do. I wasn't sure if she wanted guarantee access to health benefits or to pay.
I'm just going to rescind my first motion, so we'll be on Councilmember Biala's substitute.
Okay, so the original motion is off the floor.
And can I clarify on my substitute motion that I did want access if somebody wanted to use that 2,000 or $2,500 to $2,200, they could access the city's healthcare benefits and pay that money to the city for their healthcare benefits.
Yes,
That's possible, right?
Yes. They would be eligible to participate, but they can divert their stipend to pay for the
Yes.
healthcare costs.
Yes, got it.
And if I may, so they would pay the traditional employer contribution or the city contribution?
They would pay for the premiums. So the city would not contribute towards the premiums.
Which they do for employees, right?
They do.
So it would likely take that entire stipend or? Yeah.
If it's for family coverage, it's actually more. It's over $2,000.
Councilmember, do you have anything more? Councilmember Bialy, you might have the last word here.
It's more of a question to my fellow council members. Is that too low then? I mean, if somebody who needs healthcare, I mean, it is a benefit that they're getting any money to pay for healthcare, but if it's not covering it, do we need to bump that up? I mean,
And I'll respond briefly, if I may just say, I think it's right at about the limit. But you know, I'm willing to give this a try for an election cycle or two and see if, you know, if it creates some positive change, and then, you know, we reevaluate, is what I would say.
Comments before we go to the vote? All right, all in favor? We have one motion on the floor. Please say aye.
It's an ordinance, so.
Oh,
So I
sorry.
think in this case, we'd have to bring back the ordinance in the form that council votes.
Okay, so the motion is
can
to
ta-
bring back the ordinance with the proper language.
Correct.
Okay, so we don't do a voice, we don't,
You don't have to do a roll call.
all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Okay, thank you. That motion passes 4-1 with the mayor dissenting. And we'll have this coming back in probably 2 weeks, right?
Next meeting, yeah, 2
Okay.
weeks.
Okay, I think the Shea Arts Habitat issue is the most important left. Is that true? So, well,
Kimley Horn people have been here.
Yep. Kimley Horn too?
Yes.
Okay, council, so there's 3 issues. I'm willing to stay till 2 a.m. Do you want to?
I'm not.
You want to move into the order, B, C, and D? That was our illustrious deputy city clerk. Okay, any change in the agenda order? And at 10:45, we can consider how long we're going to stay tonight. But if there's no change in order, we'll move into the Arts Village. Okay. Kimley Horn, thank you for being patient. Kimley Horn engineering staff. Okay, so who would like to introduce this item?
I will keep my part brief so we can move here. This is a continuation from the previous meeting. The council gave us some direction to reach out to the arts community. Those people are online, so I'm not going to say anything about their comments, because I'm sure they will comment and directly council. But as they went there, they were very supportive of stabilizing the building and acknowledged that it would be a lot to move it forward, but they like the idea. The other part that council requested was a framework of how we would finance it in the future. Stabilizing it is just step one. Activating the building for occupancy and use is a huge cost. And right now there's no money in the city funds to do it. The top priority is our existing city facilities, new police, fire station, and community centers and things like that. And so I don't realistically see any general fund monies in the near future. And so really, as we look at occupying, activating the building, we're gonna have to go after state grants and reach out to nonprofits and other groups that support the arts. And that will conclude that. And I think Don Hofer has a presentation to make.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Don Hofer with Shea Homes and Marina Community Partners. Once again, before you about the Arts District. So in your packets tonight, I know as part of the staff report, there was a letter that I submitted that attempted to answer a litany of questions that were asked about the Arts District, and I'll go through that just briefly. How do we advance? Yeah, okay. Perfect. Tonight, I've brought David Meads, who's here tonight. I'll introduce David again in a minute. He'll go through some modeling that we've actually done. We can show you what this program will look like. And David is the Senior Vice President of Architecture with Swenson Architecture. So happy that David is here tonight and he's assisting on this project with us. The stabilization program, as you know, that Shay is proposing tonight is a 50-50 cost sharing arrangement. And there's a couple of different things around that I want to talk a little bit about. And that really has to do with the fact that the Dunes project from the beginning, I think a number of you know, has been a great project of synergy between the city and MCP and Shea Homes. And this is really a continuation of that is the way we see it. You know, this is revenue that we wouldn't otherwise have, that we're trying to gift a $1.4 million gift to the city here. And I hope that that's really how you guys see it. You know, there was some discussion in the last week about why is there a cap on this? And the response to that has to do with the fact that, you know, the program is a stabilization program, and the cap is a way to make sure that the scope stays a bit between the lines. We've had a lot of questions about a lot of things that go in a lot of directions. And as projects like this go within municipalities, I'm sure a lot of you know that if you start adding more and more to the project, the costs go up really incredibly, right? And you can spend a lot of money very quickly. And so this is really our attempt to keep it between the lines. And so if this is a project that we're going to promote and we're going to give the contribution to the city in essence, then our requirement really is that it be done economically. And we think it can be. We're very comfortable with the budget that's been presented. And again, it's not to stick the city with overages or cost overruns or otherwise. The idea here is to create a budget that we can all live within, put a project together that we feel really comfortable and happy with at the end of the day. And I feel very confident that that's what we're doing. So that's why I say it's synergy, right? We're taking something that doesn't exist, we're investing it back into the community, and we're creating something for the future of this community. You know, we've taken a master plan approach to the Dunes, as I think you all know, and the Arts District is an extension of that. So I'll tell you that if the decision from the council tonight is to move this forward, I think you and your constituents and myself in particular will all be very proud of what we've done. And I hope you can see that in the imagery that we've had David Meads and his team create tonight. I'll also point out there's been some discussion about why now? Like Shay, why now? I think there's two reasons why now. One of them is that this project just gets more expensive in the future. The Arts District buildings, as you can see them, are leaking badly. They're deteriorating, and that will continue. And on projects like this or in buildings like this, that picks up momentum, right? As the roof continues to fail, you'll see those buildings deteriorate aggressively in the future, I think. And so it just gets more expensive. Not only do costs go up, but you're going to have more repairs to do, more dry rot, more mold, more, vandalism, more cost in the future to go do this if this is what you decide you want to do. And after tonight, the Shea contribution won't be there, right? We've got to move on with our sales program independent of what's decided this evening. So that was my fourth bullet point there. I'm happy to answer any questions as we go through some of this. I know it's late. I don't want to belabor a lot of it. We did submit the letter, which is in your packets. So I won't go through all the detail on it necessarily. I'll let questions be answered just in the interest of time. We did provide a copy of the budget that's been put together. Shows that there's contingency. I think there were some questions around that at the last meeting. There's a question that came up about whether or not, what would be the cost if we just put a new roof on? And we didn't provide a response to that in specific because that's not an option, right? You can't just go out and take a building that's falling down and trees have caved in some of the sides and there's extensive dry rot and just replace the roof. It needs a much more extensive stabilization program, which is what we provided. So that wasn't a project that we were interested in being involved with. There was some discussion about gutters and downspouts. We gave a price just under $75,000 for the gutters and downspouts. And then a question about whether or not if we use galvanized gutters and downspouts, can they be replaced in the future? And the answer to that is absolutely yes. And as an example, there were questions about using copper. I mean, that's a perfect example of why you don't want to have an endless budget or scope on a project like this. Copper gutters on a building like this, I'm sorry, is a waste of public funds. There's no reason why you'd ever just, unless you did it for aesthetic reasons, I don't know why a decision would ever be made to put copper gutters on a building like this. So moving on, the proposed material for the roof is a 1/2-inch oriented strand board. That was a question. I know there were some comments about what appears to be beautiful 1x6 sheet boards that are used for the sheeting on the roofs, and why can't we just leave them in place? That sheathing is in horrible condition in many locations. Okay, this is the photos that I saw, and I've looked at it. Our teams have looked at it extensively. You can see a lot of white deposits on the bottom. Okay, those deposits are due to water infiltration, and that is either fungus or mold that is essentially dry rot. Those are 1x6 boards that might look good in some areas, but in the majority of the areas of the building, they're in very poor condition. The problem we have is that the standard approach to this today, in today's construction, is to use an oriented strand board product, which is what we're proposing. And if you go in with a 1/2-inch product adjacent to a 1-inch board, let's say, you have all these dimensional offsets and differences. So the program that's been proposed has been to remove the roof and remove all that 1x6 material, and then come back with an oriented strand board and then a new roof on top of that. I will tell you that if we get into it, I agree, it looks nice, right? In the areas that are in good condition, it looks nice. But this is the kind of partnership we've had with you guys. I'll tell you, if we tear off the roof and there's a section that is in great condition, and collectively we can restore that 1x6 material and not tear it all off, I'm happy to do that. We don't want to go in and tear all this material off if we don't have to, right? But we can do that in partnership with you guys as we move forward, as opposed to just like half of it's our cost too. I don't want to just spend money to spend money. So we're going to make good decisions for the future of those buildings, economic decisions that benefit both of us as we move this program forward. So happy to answer any other questions you have around that issue, but I wanted to make sure I addressed that tonight. There was some conversation about insulated panels for the roof system. We're not interested in going down that path, but of course, if the city is, we're more than happy to, assist with that. Those systems would require that a rigid foam insulation be installed with a new roof substrate above that, which then gets screwed into place. Those insulated panels our numbers are indicating it's about $11 a square foot to add those, which is about another, the number I gave was $715,000. It's not something you need to decide today because you're not deciding on the renovation program necessarily today. The solution in the future is to put in place insulation underneath that sheathing. And I provided some photos, and I'm going to sort of advance here in the interest of time, of what that can look like. This was in the packet, and for the public that might be listening to this, this is also in the staff report. This is something we did just right next to it in the promenade area. These are the trusses, and they're a little bit different. These are the trusses we used, and insulation up against the roof deck. And then this product is called scrim sheeting, and it covers the insulation. It can be painted to match. One of our plans is to do, if we're going to do an open concept in some of these retail spaces, that those trusses and any of the mechanical and other things would be painted. There's a lot of this around. You see it in a lot of different settings. And then that scrim sheeting can be primed and painted to match, so it goes away. So this would be one solution to moving that forward. And you don't have the, nearly, $750,000 investment in insulating with a panel system today over a system that, you know, may not be even staying in place because of the dry rot issues that exist within that 1x6 sheathing. There's a lot of other things in these letters. We tried to be comprehensive in responding to the questions that were raised so that you all can make a good decision tonight. I'm going to give David an opportunity to come up and share with you the modeling that's been done. And so David and his team took our program that we've worked through and put it into a three-dimensional model so you can see what the buildings will look like. He has leaned on us a little bit on some aesthetic issues and gotten us to agree to some things that I'll let him describe for you. And then there's a couple photos at the end on what this arts district could potentially look like in the future when fully renovated. That are pretty cool. So I'll give you a little bit of a vision of where this is going. I appreciate you extending the meeting tonight, and I'm happy to answer questions. I'm trying to balance being comprehensive enough for you to make a good decision versus being too long-winded here. I will also point out that our offer to run this program for the city is contingent on a few things. One of them is that the middle building be removed, and that I think we've talked about is very important, we believe, because the system, the arts district is just too big today to be economically viable, we think. We've talked about all the different financial burdens of the city. Simply getting to a point where you can both renovate these buildings and then run a program in the future is going to be a big lift. And even, your own consultants that did their report in 2019 advised that the total square footage for arts, for a true arts program, was somewhere in the order of 24,000 square feet. And so this is roughly twice that size now. And so it really seems to make sense to us to remove that middle building, which is part of the program we're proposing. And then lastly, we are starting sales in this area. So whatever the council decides is ultimately fine with us, right? If this is not something you want to move forward with, we'll move on and we'll begin our sales program. And, you can decide what you want to do with the arts district in the future. We'd hope that you'd see it the way we do, that this is going to be a great asset for the community, and this stabilizes it, gets it to the point to where it's a asset to the city, not blight, not something that exists and is a black eye on either the Dunes development or the city. I also, the quote that came to my mind tonight as I was preparing this, I hope this resonates. I'll throw it out there. It might be a little corny, but perfection is the enemy of progress. And the idea here tonight is not to be perfect, right? But to see progress move forward. And the synergies of being able to collect revenue that wouldn't otherwise exist and share it with the city, it really is free money. And so we hope you'd see it that way and would support this. David, why don't you come up?
Before you do, David, hang on 1 second. We got a couple things.
Okay.
So I want to ask one clarifying question. There's a cost in the budget, 1.4 million, roof, sidings, new fascia, exterior trim. Of that 1.4 million, can you tell us the estimate ballpark of the roof?
I don't have that breakdown, Mayor. That number includes both removal of the 1x6, the new sheathing, and then all of the repairs that are going to be required to repair the dry rot. And so,
Okay, thank you.
There's a lot there.
All right. So to council, I am pretty clear on what I think about this at this point. We have other issues to deal with. So do you want to hear more information, or do you want to deliberate first and then hear more information if warranted? Yeah, but right now we either extend the presentation from the developer, or we go to public comment and ask the developer for more information later?
In 15 seconds, can you remind us what your colleague was going to present?
Yeah, I mean, I've asked David to come tonight. I mean, it wasn't easy to get here. We sat here for 4 hours waiting to get to this item. I'm paying him to be here. He's
So the
put
question
together-
is, what was the summary of his presentation?
It's just to present to you the imagery that they've developed.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it,
Okay.
but if we, with the understanding that, it is
I'll-
late.
I can work through it quickly.
Okay, whoa, whoa. Okay, Brian, thank you. Other opinions? Kathy?
I want to have an explanation
Okay.
for this
Elizabeth?
picture.
Okay, doesn't matter what you. All right, let's go. Thank you for being patient.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and council members. No, so anyways, the imagery that we prepared here with working with Shea Homes was to model the existing warehouses and then show what they would look like with the different improvements. One with just on the massing level you had the 5 existing, we removed the third or the middle warehouse. So it creates a relief or a break in the building, also less to repair and stabilize down the road. Big one, okay. There we go. Okay, so here's a view right here looking from, is this the north, looking south, and you've got the existing walkway here. What we've done is taken the siding, replaced the siding with new siding that has vertical battens. I think previously in one of your earlier meetings, you guys discussed having the battens 48 inches. We talked about that one internally and thought that it would look better if we went with more of a narrower gauge and added it at 24-inch on center. Additionally, we're restoring the barn doors that are on the building there and painting them with an accent color. And then additionally with the gutters, fascia, eaves, and vents at the gable ends, giving those an additional accent color just to help relieve the building. So this right here shows what it could look like in that break or that relief where the center warehouse was removed with either landscape, or it could be left with the foundation and provided as a plaza space. So either concept would be an option at that point. We have the concrete bulkheads on either side framing out that space. Realistically, it's trying to celebrate the existing structure, but just try to bring it back to its more former glory, but to be able to use it for today's use. And then this is showing it from the south end, looking back. So along the adjacent road here, we got the 2 windows in the distance, which we kept, and then really just continued that batten all the way around. So it's just restoring it with the new roofing material, the new fascia, new gutters, battens, and just really a refresh on the exterior.
So this will be the next, keep going.
Okay.
This is the imagery, similar imagery with the 24-inch spacing on the battens, which looks better, and Shea has agreed to include that with no additional cost or change to the budget. So it gives a little more texture.
Yeah, additional texture to the building, which I think is definitely a huge improvement. We've also got lighting next to the barn doors there.
Which is not necessarily in this program, right? And the doors, the color on the doors is representative of what we would do. Those barn doors don't necessarily exist, right? Most of them are roll-up style doors. So, but that coloring would be consistent. So the next photos here are of possible enhancements, right? So,
Right, this is taking it a step further.
right.
Yeah. Okay, so anyway, so this is taking that vision a step further, maybe after the stabilization and maybe even with different tenants moving into this space, they could at some point open up and provide more lighting, natural lighting into that space. And what that would look like gives better visibility for those walking by to be able to see activity within, and at the same time building would just come more alive, really.
And then you added a railing, right? Yeah.
We added a safety railing there along that walk. We also show it with additional landscaping, potential landscaping, what that could look like. And there's many different options, but this is just bringing in some vertical palms into that space. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was beautiful. Okay, does someone want to make a motion to continue to some certain time or to cover certain issues tonight that are still on our agenda?
Motion that we go to at least 11 or 11:15.
Second?
A second.
Okay, Kathy, seconded by Councilmember Viala, till 11:15. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes. Let's go to Councilmember Viala. I'm so sorry, unless it's a clarifying question, we go to the public.
Yeah, I just want to, can you put up the pictures again? And could we have your slide presentation? None of us have it.
So you have a clarifying question, Kathy?
Yes. On, you can put the first one. Oh, great. Okay, you can just even do it here. So I understand, these doors, which I think is fabulous, and you preserve the things on the top. What are they called?
Vents.
Vents.
Yep.
I mean, it's really a great conceptual design. However, walking through it, I thought that we walked through a middle, hallway, and you have these doors as though each space is going to cover, all the way to the back. And so I don't understand, like, how would we have anything on the
So the-
back when we don't
So
have
the program,
access?
the stabilization program, as we presented it, doesn't include replacing those doors or adding doors. What we would be doing is we'd be restoring the doors that we could. Some of them that are in poor condition, we would replace, and that's as part of the program, Kathy. So this takes a little bit of liberty by showing that they're barn doors. A lot of those doors actually are roll-up doors on the exterior.
Okay. And
It's
they're-
just how David and his team were able to put it together quickly. The idea here would be coloring, right, on what those doors would be, and then in the future, if if this program were to move forward, you could put those barn style doors on if you wanted.
Right, but you see what I'm saying is that if you had a hallway down the middle, you have doors only on one side. So how do you get, you have. I
And
don't know,
that's something that-
pathway.
Excuse me, I'd like to interrupt because
Yeah.
we're beyond clarifying questions, but
Okay.
hold on to that question and reply. But let's go to the public for their comments and questions, first in person, and then we'll go to Hans and Glenn remotely.
Hello, Council. Kevin Dayton, Government Affairs Liaison, Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. As I mentioned 2 weeks ago, I took the tour of the building. The Chamber of Commerce has been tracking closely for the past 5 or 6 years the efforts to remove the remaining 4-ord blight from the area. And obviously, this warehouse continues to be a prominent example of blight that everybody can see from Highway 1. And, there are different, I know from 2 weeks ago, there are different ideas from the city council about what to do. And, my concern about it is they mentioned the sales of the houses. What I would hate to see is a big fire at that warehouse, and it's happened on other forward places. And I think at this point, you have an offer here to, fix it up with a roof, siding and doors, and at least hold on to it for a while to do something. And I'm concerned, and I think the chamber leadership is concerned that, if no action is taken because people have different ideas and don't know what to do, that it's just going to sit there as a target for problems in the future. So we encourage you, if you see if you can come to a consensus tonight to at least to figure out how to fix the building up so that it doesn't burn down or continue to be unsightly for everybody driving by. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Good evening again. For 2 decades now, the Dunes project has been approved originally as University Villages, and there was always the intent for an arts village. And for the first time, we actually have that possibility of bringing it forward. I know that there are some people that go, why an arts village? No, what do we really need that for? But there are a lot of people who would use it, who need studio space, or who want to give music lessons, or I know Marina Youth Arts, we would love to have a venue where we could have performances. This would provide that opportunity. And the architectural rendering for the improvements really add an enhancement to our community rather than the blight that was just mentioned. We have been fortunate to finally in the last few years see blight removed. I would hate to see removing a building that can have new life happen. And I understand that this is to stabilize the building for some future improvements, but with it stabilized, just like we've done with the pool and with the old Water City roller hockey and with the original first chapel at Fort Ord, those buildings were stabilized. And as a result, we have the opportunity to bring them forward. There's history to these buildings. I don't want to see us lose any more history of the things that happened at the former Fort Ord. So I highly encourage you to move forward, accept the proposal from Shea Homes, Shea Properties, and do something wonderful for this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. So we'll go online if no one else in the room has comments at this time. All right. Let's go to Hans. Welcome back, Hans.
Yes, good evening. So I actually have two concerns with this project, and I hope that the City Council will take them carefully into consideration. Obviously, the first one is security, because these buildings are located at the very edge of our city, and I think they do present a unique security challenge. Their isolated location does make them potentially vulnerable to vandalism, trespassing, possibly other criminal activities. I'd like to know if there is going to be a plan to patrol and secure these structures and what that might cost for the city. Keep in mind, a blank wall is always somebody's palette. I sometimes wish I could keep a gray can of spray paint just to cover the graffiti that I often see on the bridge. The second concern that I have is future adjacent development, because the adjacent property is owned by Monterey Salinas Transit, and their plans, besides the transit center, still remain unclear. So we might be looking to develop this as an arts village, but what if their plans do not mesh well with ours? That's all that I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hans. Let's go to Glenn. Welcome, Glenn.
There we go. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Mayor and City Council, and thanks, Shay, for the presentation tonight. Obviously, there's a lot of work that's gone into this, and I really appreciate that. I think the stabilization to support Nancy is vital to what we're trying to do in that area, no matter what it is. Unless we're going to make a decision to scrape that entire facility and build it anew, then we've got to put something into it now to stabilize it. That said, I do have a few things that I would like to raise, and these are more just concerns about the entire facility to think about. The first one is how I'm really kind of interested in how the insurance is on these buildings right now and what that looks like for the city now and in the future, and how's that going to be covered, both in its current form and in its future state to the city from a cost perspective. The second area that I'm concerned about somewhat is that it's not, the dunes and is not gentrification, obviously, because it's a revitalization, redevelopment of the old Fort Ord area that wasn't being used. However, a number of art communities have gone up that are in similar type of locations that are undeveloped or underdeveloped. And when artist communities go into those areas, the intention is always to create a large, inexpensive space with ample room for workshops and galleries and places for display. But over time, in a lot of these places in the country, these have become more affluent businesses. And a lot of the aspiring artists and a lot of the people that we want to focus on end up being pushed out. And that ends up creating some type of more of a commercialization of the arts district instead of the arts district itself. And that ties back to the insurance and just the upkeep of how this is going to be done. Is this going to be a city-run facility, or is this something that really ends up being commercialized? And I think that that's something we really have to look at as a city as we move forward. That then leads to kind of my third issue, which is is there or do we end up creating a conflict between the city government, Marina, and real estate government and real estate development, such as what's going on with the promenade and Shea Homes overall? I mean, obviously Shea would like to see all of these revitalized because it's not a great view. So I think that that's something we really have to look at, is making sure that we are understanding the difference between the two. And then the last part of this, I think we really have to focus on is this is a bigger issue of tourism versus local artistry and local athletics. With the athletic center, it keeps coming up. Are we going to focus this on tourism and bringing people into the community, or are we just going to focus on our local community, our local artists overall? In the end, those are the 5 areas that I really think we need to focus on, in addition to just stabilizing. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Okay, let's go to Jackie Atchison. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and council members who hosted us for a tour last week. We really appreciate it. It was myself and some other arts leaders. We all loved the prospect of creating an arts and perhaps innovation center there, understanding that there could be an anchor business such as a brew pub or a nice restaurant or something. The arts in this county, we really do need performing arts venues. There's very few that are affordable. So I think if we do bring the arts here, we will need to find ways to subsidize it. The Arts Council, we have our own gallery and studios in Salinas that we subsidize for our artists, so that they're only paying, 50 cents a square foot or something. So we're happy to be able to support that. I also wanted to say that, I love the plan for it, removing the middle building. That makes a lot of sense. And I think that brings it to 48,000 square feet. And I do think that we can find, like I said, some anchor businesses and some arts businesses to come in there. I'm not a, general contractor, architect, structural engineer, so I don't know about stabilizing versus, rebuilding, but I think there's a lot of potential there. The first night I drove by, saw the exterior, and I thought, oh no, this isn't going to work. But then once we got inside and I saw the beautiful wood beams and the potential there, we all were very impressed and had some great ideas that we shared that evening. So I hope this comes to fruition, and the Arts Council is here to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Let's go to Mike Moeller. Welcome, Mike. Happy Taco Tuesday.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. I guess I'm just going to echo what I said last week, and I see there were some people that spoke up and shared some of the same concerns about security and protecting the buildings, and I do appreciate Nancy and Jackie's input about the arts and the space or whatever. My concern again is what I said last week is, I heard Jackie say, I think, her arts can support that. But what we're committing ourselves to is, about $1.4 million of the city's money and $1.4 million of Shea's money just to stabilize for, I think. And again, I hate to tear down an old building, but with all the things going on with the city, with the aquatic sports center coming up, police and fire station, city hall. I mean, guys, look up. Blue tarp is still there above you. It's raining pretty good tonight. Did that leak today? I don't know why we're even thinking about putting a roof on a building that we're probably not going to use for another 10 or 15 years when you got a tarp over your own council chambers and city offices. So I'm going to once again recommend that you make a deal with Don tonight and have the bulldozers there on Monday morning and just push this thing over and build something else there down the line if you want something new, something more fitting, something maybe 2-story with some housing. Make best use of the property. The beams inside are cool, but they're not that cool. And I think if you would just commit to just knock it down, Don will probably pay for the whole demolition cost, right, Don? So anyway, good luck to you guys. You're going to earn your $2,000 a month in this decision. Good night.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else remotely that hasn't spoken want to raise their hand so they can speak? All right, we'll close public comment and running through the questions. Hans asked, what's the plan to maintain patrol after investing in this building?
Part of the plan is to get security cameras there, get exterior lighting, and then our police will patrol it just like they do. They'll, as the new promenade and those houses get built, that'll just be part of their regular patrol route.
Can you mention fencing, lighting, cameras? What's the possibility?
Definitely going to have it cameras. I'm not positive about fencing. I think, were we initially talking fencing, Don?
So we weren't. We were talking about more of a barrier system that would prevent vehicles from entering that parking lot. And then lighting and cameras, right? So that's part of, getting the electricity to the buildings and everything else. We're happy to discuss this more though. I mean, if fencing is the way we want to go, that's great. It's hard for police to get inside when there's fencing and really patrol, but we can have that dialogue. We're willing to talk through that with you guys.
So the $10,000 quote for fencing in the scope of work is for
It was for as a budget number for really for gates is what that was. Like in some of the park systems, you see these tube steel gates that can be used, and then even using barriers like we have a number of telephone poles out there, right, that could be used to prevent cars from jumping the curb and driving through there. But we're willing to, there's also a $350,000 contingency, right? So as we go, if we end up in a scenario where we're not using that contingency because we're able to get through this work more, reasonably, which I hope we will, there could be more money for fencing within that program also, and we could see a more aggressive fencing program if that's what if that's what staff, and we'd like to involve, the police department and fire and others. There are some homeless people that live down by the freeway and can be problematic. I think once we have more people living in the area and more development that's, is through, that will help also.
To Lane or staff, Glenn asked, how's the insurance work now and how will the insurance work in the future?
We have insurance on all city facilities. I don't think it would add that much to the cost. We insure all of our hangars and everything like that, the airport. So I don't see that as significant cost.
Spend $2 million and it burns down in a year. How much do we get back for that?
I believe our policy has a 10,000 deductible.
So we get the 2 million minus the deductible.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Those are the only questions I wrote down. Although Glenn had, I wrote down 4 different issues, but well, he did say, is the focus on tourism or local artists?
Well, we had a feasibility study that we included in the earlier packets, and it really is all of the above. I think to activate it is going to take arts is certainly a component, but retail is certainly a component. Maybe little micro co-working spaces, small retail, I think definitely would like it to turn into a tourist hub where tourists would want to come there and look at the art areas. But if you had a brew pub there and small little shops and things, I think it's really all of the above that he kind of envisioned. That's part of the feasibility plan.
Okay. Did anyone else write down questions that I didn't recall? All right. So now let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I just want to point out our relationship with Shay. It kind of goes into the conversation we were having earlier. I don't think that unless this council had a decent relationship with a developer, that they would even risk bringing something like this to a council. Because the reality is, even if we, as a group, say no deal tonight, they've invested a tremendous amount of resources in being here tonight, coming up with plans and drawings and schematics, and so to that, first of all, I say thank you. I hope that we can come up with some kind of deal tonight. I mean, look, the developers made it clear. They've kind of put their deal on the table. They said it's do or die tonight. It involves removing the middle building, which quite frankly, I'm not a big fan of, but I also think that it's important that we seriously consider this gift of money, right? That could allow this to happen. And so I'm still struggling a little bit with the removal of the foundation. It sounds like that's not contingent on their deal. And so that's something that if we want to move forward and have that discussion, what the pros and cons of either removing that foundation or not would be, and maybe Shay can chime in there or not. But so yeah, for me, it's accept the offer in some form tonight or let it rot another couple of years and hope that we can do something with it in the future. And quite frankly, obviously, I don't want to do that. I don't think that tearing down the building really, I think we lose a lot by doing that. So I wouldn't favor that route. So I hope that we can make a deal, and I just want to hear from the rest of the council.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So going back to my first thing before I had to wait, but really your concept is really great because it has that sense of history in it. So thank you very much for preserving those things. And the way you've outlined it here is just really great. And I know it's just a concept, but the only thing is I want to get clarification in this stabilization. Does the decisions about where the doors and the windows go, does that have to be decided during this? So this is just totally conceptual, the doors and everything and windows, right?
It's okay to answer. Okay. Yeah, just where doors are today is where we would.
Okay, I don't remember where they are. Are they
No,
in these positions? So
Not
many?
necessarily. That's,
okay.
there's a little bit of artistic license there with David and his team, just because they were trying to put a model together without spending a lot of time going out and surveying exactly the way things are in the field. We do know that there's some windows on the south end that would be replaced just with what you see there. The doors that you're seeing on that are a barn style door. It's not exactly what's there. We have roll up style doors on the exterior, and what we would do is we would either recondition or replace those doors as part of this program and then paint them likely that color. Okay. And then in the future, if the renovation program or, the future program could replace them with a barn style door and put a window in or something like that.
Okay, so I don't have to worry about the backside not having windows or doors or whatever. Okay. Also I thought, so I guess that would be the same thing. So I thought that taking out the middle building would have like access from both sides into this courtyard, but it looks like it's just siding, but
There are doors there. Councilmember Biala, there are large doors there that weren't shown on that drawing, but
okay, all right.
they would remain.
Okay, all right, well, great. Well, thank you. That's all I really had. And I absolutely, at this point, also emphasize the graciousness of your offer. And to me, I think looking at this, I actually am glad that we are going to take out that middle because I think it looks way too long and this will break it up. And, if it saves us money too and allows us to access your donation, then I'm all for that. So I would support that.
All right. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a little bit of a different opinion. However, I'm happy to just go with a majority of the council this evening. I think about the big picture, and unless there's like a generous donor or like an art investor who's gonna like step up with 10 to 15 million and take on the operational cost, I don't really know what the city's gonna do. So, so for me, I'm happy for the building to sit because I'm also concerned that the 2.87 million is going to turn into 5 million and the city's going to be stuck with the big fat bill. I have a lot of concerns about that. And I mean, we're talking about like a shed, right? Like there's no infrastructure, there's no plumbing, there's no sewer, there's no electrical, and so we're going to make this exterior beautiful shed and we're just going to kind of be asking for trouble. And something, during the tour that I really talked about was safety, lights, alarm, like we talked about graffiti, tagging, so, I mean, it's like, okay, we're going to, thank you for the partnership and this generous offer. And so we're all going to pony up some money and we're in at almost 3 million and we're like just creating an attractive nuisance. And that's sort of how I look at this. So, it doesn't mean that in the future we can't build something similar that could be all of these great things. So I would either prefer to see the building sit or just demo it and have that sort of clean slate. And when and if we come into $10 million or whatever and ongoing operational costs and a full staff and for this beautiful arts village, then we could build exactly what the city and the community wants. I mean, this is a hard decision. And I know people are passionate and love the wood and the building and all of that. And for me, when I was there, I just, didn't necessarily feel that connection. And also because there's no just basic infrastructure and utilities, it really, to me, is not worth anything. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay. Let's go to 5-minute round from Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
I hope we can do this in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. And thank you for the offer.
Okay, Elizabeth, I'm sorry. I thought we said 11:45. We said 11:15. So would you like to make a motion?
Oh, yeah,
Elizabeth,
let's make
to
a motion.
continue
To continue until after the
till your
next,
motion, but we do have a couple, Kimley Horn representative is still
Yes.
here.
I don't mind. But I know Jenny has to work tomorrow.
I'm sorry? Yeah,
Yes. So can we motion to finish this and the next agenda item? Is that the next one?
Second.
The Kimberly Horn one. Is that the next one?
okay.
Yes.
So, and then we have a cleanup issue because we didn't use a roll call vote for the dog park rule. That's a 30-second deal or 3-minute deal to reconsider and then revote. So can you repeat your motion, please?
I motion to extend the meeting until we finish this item plus the Kimberly Horn one.
And the cleanup,
And the cleanup.
the dog
For the dog
park. Okay,
Second.
second from Councilor McCarthy. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Okay, now I get it. Thank you. So I might have a middle solution for this. Thank you. So first I would like to thank Mr. Hover and Shay for the 1.351 million that you're offering. But having said this, like I explained earlier this night when we had the discussion about compensation, I try to really do what's best for our city. And I spent a lot of time on this, maybe not just days, but nights. So here are and I typed this out. I'll try to be brief. I have some bullet points. The city's goal is to stabilize the buildings until a plan has been finalized and funded to remodel it to be used for the next 50 plus years. This is a long-term goal. The developer's goal is to make the exterior of the buildings look good for the next several years while they are selling homes in the area, a short-term goal. Instead of having acted as the owner and principal by providing a detailed scope of work and requesting bids from multiple contractors, the city has let Shea make the decisions. Like, for instance, the decision to demolish the middle building. Why the middle one? And this was decided in October, according to that letter. Their scope of work with cost estimates offers insufficient information to base decisions on. Just an example, we had to ask what quality roof, what quality paint, fencing. It's just insufficient. While stating that they will split the estimated $2.7 million cost equitably, Shea caps their contribution at $1.35 million, which makes the city carry all the risks for any costs that exceed the estimated cost. The city has allocated $1.35 million from the general fund based on Shea's cost estimate from 2023. Construction costs, which already have increased considerably over the last several years, are expected to increase even further. Shea's statement that the exterior of the building is in very poor condition is correct for the roof, but the exterior walls, of which over the years all original siding has been replaced, are in acceptable condition. I walked there. Being remarkably unsightly does not justify investing money in new siding that is very likely to be replaced once new facades with windows and doors are designed based on the future uses. Installing a new roof, gutters and downspouts, and repairing openings in the exterior walls will offer sufficient protection of the structures. Since Shea has refused to provide a cost breakdown for the roof, and the city will be taking all the risks for cost overruns and will be solely responsible for securing and maintaining the building, I cannot vote to approve a public improvement and reimbursement agreement with Shea. Instead, I propose to consult an architect or other building professional to do a proper assessment of all the 5 buildings. Floor plans and inspection reports about the condition of the posts, trusses, and sheathing need to be provided to allow well-funded decisions over potentially removing one or more of the buildings. The city needs updated information to decide whether the new roof should be installed with exterior insulation, so that no interior roof's insulation will need to be installed between the rafters and trusses, which are very important architectural elements and one of the main reasons for considering remodeling the buildings. The 2019 vicinity plan needs to be updated. Demolition of the center building is not necessary for views from the linear park because the bay can be seen over the current buildings. I walked it and I was surprised. The linear park goes quite high and you can see the bay over these buildings. The future 5th Street MST bus station, which will offer fast public transit connection to Central, Marina, Monterey, Salinas, and beyond, needs to be added. We need to look at, there will be a public transit station there. This might mean maybe we want to remove the south building, create space there, have an opening there, create a 2nd story with a view of the bay. Anyway, get carried away here. Staff need to research whether designs for Thames's property can be restricted to avoid sightlines to the bay, being blocked by a future multi-story building. It would be very sad if we design a building and then Thames builds a 3-story building in between this building and the coast. The goal should be to stabilize the buildings by installing a new roof before the rainy season. Discussions about design and funding options with artists and other potential users of the Arts Village building need to be started as soon as possible. All artists who visited the buildings share the city's excitement about the opportunity that these buildings offer. One of them even offered they might be able to make murals on the walls while we wait to do something else. So I have another expression because I know, Mr. Hover, you mentioned, I wrote it down, your expression. What is it about perfection? And so I know another one in English. It says penny wise, pound foolish. And I'm thinking about our city. So I want to thank you for your offer, but I think the lines are blurred here. We didn't follow a bidding process that would have allowed us to compare prices. In my experience as, I'm a trained architect, when we used to work with contractors, even when we did have a bidding process, the contractor who had the lowest bid, they knew they had to show us their calculations. And some of those were before computers. Now I'm giving away my age. Some were handwritten and people knew. And this is how you can trust. And all I asked was, show us how much will it be to just install a roof, because that's what we need. And then the answer is we cannot provide it. Of course you can, because you have the calculations. The $1.4 million came from somewhere. So I'm disappointed, but like I said, I cannot vote for this. But I do hope that as a county, we do have the $1.3 million allocated, and we need to find out whether we can have a roof within that budget for 4 buildings, 5 buildings, 3 buildings, who knows? But we need to look at the condition of each building or have it looked at. And maybe I know building number 4, the one, not the farthest one south, but that had all the mold. Maybe we want to take that one out. And maybe the other ones are beautiful. The center one might have the beautiful trusses because some are painted, other ones are still in good condition, what I can see just by looking up. So that's my plea. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I want to say thank you to Aaron Owen, who's I think the president of the board of the Pacific Grove Arts Center. And then we heard from Jackie Atchison, who's the executive director of the Monterey County Arts Council. They and Elizabeth Fisher, our mayor pro tem, organized a lot of artists, leaders to come about a week ago for a second tour. And then they stayed and they were all offering really good ideas at that location. They have followed up with some information in writing about what this could eventually be. What it could eventually be, staff seem to agree with the artists that it's, high 40, 48 to $50 million to make this happen. So it would have to be done in phases. And I think that stabilizing it for $1+ million to keep it on hold is worth it, because I know that the sports center and the aquatic center, $40+ million project is going to be first. If we get a bond for some public buildings, that's going to be next. So this might not be touched for 10 to 20 years. But the same can be said for the sports center and aquatic center. That's been there for 30 years. It was stabilized about 6 years ago, and now we're doing something with it. And so I would hate to lose a beautiful gem. I think the question is if this is a beautiful gem, and we've heard it's in the eye of the beholder. The arts folks thought it was a beautiful gem, and they bring a lot of experience to the table for some kind of an urban art village, which would really be iconic for Marina when its time comes. But tonight we're just talking about whether we take the developer's offer of 1.3 million and whether we plan to spend that much and maybe a little bit more. I don't agree with the developer's rationale to remove the middle building. That's for us to decide. Given the rationale, we're twofold. Economic viability for us in the future, that should not be the developer's realm. That's our realm. And that it doesn't need, we don't need the middle building. Well, that's our decision, not Shay's decision. Like you said, we're looking long-term, they're looking short-term. What we do with that middle building is up to us. And whether we want to take that out or not, take out some other piece or not, that's going to depend on what it's going to turn into. You can make a window anywhere you want there. And maybe the linear park is the best place to make it. Maybe it's not. We can't say that because we're not architects. We don't know what it's going to be. So I'm disappointed that they won't tell us how much their estimate is to replace the roof. And so I think they force us to take a little time to get a quote on the roof. Because if for 1.4 million, we get roof, sidings, new fascia, exterior trim, and some repairs, then what portion of that is just the roof? It might be 700K, might be 900K, might be 1.2 million K, plus other necessary repairs to stabilize it. We don't know what that cost is. So I would rather that we get a quote on the roofing for a 20-year roof, a 30-year roof, a 50-year roof, knowing that the shorter term is going to be cheaper, but still last us long enough until we get our act together on what we want to turn it into. I think we need to get a quote on fixing only the needed sidings that are leaking or need to be replaced, not all of them. We need to get a quote on the joints between the concrete walls and the roof, because that's often where leaking happens, between concrete and wood in this case, and any other miscellaneous necessary repairs. We need to know what that is so that we can compare the options of doing what's necessary to stabilize the building, or take the developer's offer, or bulldoze the whole thing. We need to know what those prices are before deciding. And if it takes too long for the developers to keep their offer on the table, which it sounds like it would, then we ask the developer for a donation compared to how much profit they could still make with unsold homes. Because this is really a function for them of how many homes they can sell for a higher price to recoup their investment plus. And so if we're too slow to meet their timeline, maybe by the time we know what the costs are for these various options, they haven't sold all their homes, and maybe they pitch in some amount. The kind of fencing we want is not the kind that they want. The kind of murals we want is not going to be to their satisfaction. Perhaps the lighting and the security is not what they want, but we have to think about what we want. And so I'm more in line with what Mayor Pro Tem is suggesting. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
I'm sorry, this is a very interesting conversation, but I'm also thinking now, and at last time I was thinking that, hey, if we want to demolish it, it would be cheaper for everyone. It would be happy for the developers. It would be cheaper for us. I am now starting to feel, as Council Member McAdams, if we are going to make this so complicated, and this thing, even with this temporary fix, and I see it as a temporary fix. I don't know why we're seeing this as now we've got to stop the process and we've got to do it all the right way for something that is going to be 20 years out, possibly. So I think of it, people from the public, I think it was Mike Mueller, was suggesting that we should just demolish it. It is like a shed. And is this really what we want? Because of the venting on the, it has a historical flavor. And I changed my mind because people were kind of convincing me by public comment that there's something very special about this historic building, but not when we are now going to have to spend $3 million of our own money to do the stabilization correctly. I think we're going to be asking for a whole lot more money to be spent in this without Shay. So that's fine, but I don't think if that's the choice, I'm thinking we should just demolish it, because we're asking at the short term for a whole heck of a lot of money that I don't think we have, and I don't think is a good investment. But I am willing to say on the short term that we do this kind of fix. It's not the best way, but it will carry us hopefully for 10 years at least. I don't know. I mean, I'm not an architect, but I just feel like we're asking for an unknown, possibly renovated shed that's going to not be able to be anything worthwhile for our city for at least 10 to 20 years. I don't think we should invest in that at this point. If we have to make a decision at this point, my thought is then demolish it.
Right.
I I think really we're asking if we take our time to assess more and to do it the right way. This isn't necessarily the right way. I give you that, but it's a temporary fix, and we're going to end up with a bill probably 4 to 5 million by the time it's over. And I'm not willing to say that at this point, that we're going to commit to that.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
So yeah, I would like to propose to just hold off on our decision. We know we will miss out on the generous offer, but as long as we don't know if we can get a good roof for the $1.3 million that we're going to pay anyway, and without having the risk of all those overruns that we don't know, because the scope of work is so vague. I would rather have our city be in charge of this project, and then we can get quotes. We can get, like the mayor says, we can get a cheap roof. We can look at different qualities of roofs. We can even look at how much the insulation would be, or we can postpone that till later, do a cheap roof now, but just get the roof fixed, and that will stabilize the building. And meanwhile, do more research, start talking try to find funding. And like I said, I would also like an architect to look at it now to see if we want to remove maybe the south building instead of the middle one. But it also depends on the quality of the trusses. Oh, is that a motion? Okay.
Mayor, could I?
Don, no, I think
I have one piece of information that might be really helpful to you.
one moment, please, Don. Council and city attorney, do we need to open up public comment? Or how do we do?
I think you can make that vote. I mean, unless you have a question that you'd like to answer, the only other option would be, I mean, you can choose to hear what he has to say.
Okay, council? I'd like to hear it. I mean, this team has, yes, I'd like to hear it.
I'd like to hear it.
Thank
too.
you very much. It was in my letter, and I think there's been a number of statements tonight about cost and procedure and bid and how it's just all wrong. You know, you'll never do this work as inexpensively as $1.4 million. And to prove that to you, I will provide at the end of this a full accounting of all of our costs. If you want to see our contracts, how much we paid, we are taking no profit. We're taking no overhead as part of this. We're managing this project for the city for free. Okay, so there's a lot of statements here tonight about cost and how you think you can get a better deal. You will never get this program for $1.4 million. It's a great offer. If you decide not to take it, that's fine. It's a little offensive the way some of it's been said tonight, and I apologize if I'm reacting a little emotionally to that. If you decide to demo the entire thing, we'll split the cost with you.
Okay, so the cost for the program, I'm not sure what the program is, because siding alone is significant. We might not need siding. All those doors, we don't need to fix all those doors because we don't know which ones we want. We do need to maybe paint them and make sure they don't leak, but we don't need to be in the business of dealing with windows or doors or siding that just needs to be stabilized until we know what is going to be deconstructed or turned into. So for their program, I think they're giving us the best deal, but I don't know if their program is the program that's best for our city. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Would you like me to try to make a motion about this? I would like to motion to direct staff to get quotes for different qualities of roofs for all 5 buildings or fewer in the subtract.
And any necessary fixes?
And any necessary fixes for the walls.
Siding,
And of course, the siding. Yeah, that's the siding. Right.
including the joints?
Well, that will be with the new roof. But that's also important to know how they're going to, because that is the weakest point. You can see that's leaking now. So that is always very weak if you have a wall going up and you have the roof.
So quotes
connect.
on roofs, siding.
Siding and
gutters.
gutters and downspouts. Okay. It doesn't have to be copper.
Any other piece to your motion?
Get a consultant, architect, to properly. Oh no, maybe we should wait for the quotes and then go from there.
Okay, so
Yes.
your motion is to get quotes on necessary repairs, including the roof.
Yes.
Okay,
And
I'll
then-
second that. We'll go to Councilmember McCarthy.
And I'll make a substitute motion, understanding that probably isn't going to have support. I'm actually really impressed with the discussion that we've had tonight. This is exactly the kind of discussion that I think makes our council so dynamic and great. But my substitute motion is going to be that we go ahead with the program that's in the staff report. Yeah, and if I can get a second.
Can you describe that?
The program in the staff report that is
Basically take the offer, split the project.
the offer from Shay, leaving the foundation in the middle, because I believe it offers more potential to create a second building later down the road if we want to. And so I'll support both motions, but I feel morally obligated to make that one.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
I second, but can I have a
Yes.
question to Mr. Hofer? If we went ahead with what you're proposing, but we leave in the foundation in the middle, is your offer still?
That's the program as proposed.
Okay, then
Councilmember McAdams?
One more remark about that center building. You know, in the beginning, I thought, oh, that makes sense to take out that center one because that's where the linear park almost exactly lines up with, not exactly, just coincidence. But now that I walk there, I thought, and I thought, oh, we can remove that. And then in the future, they can build a 2-story entrance building, beautiful, connect those two things. But now that I walk there and I can see from that linear park, which will be public, you can look over the existing building because it's so low and you can see the bay. So I'm like, no, we should not build a second story there. And that's why I was thinking maybe if the bus stop, the new bus station, maybe it makes more sense to remove that south building, create space there. And then when people come there every 15 minutes by bus from Marina or from the other cities or from the Bay Area, you can see that there's something happening there. So this is just to say we take out the middle building. Why? Do we know, are the trusses bad in that building? I don't think so, but I don't know because you kind of lose track of in which building you're walking if you're there in the dark. But also, the siding. Why would we do new siding without any windows and spend money on doors that probably are not going to be used 10 years from now? Because maybe the whole building will be glass. I don't know. So that's a waste of money. Even although, we get 50%. And for me, the risk is just too much. The maintenance costs will be for our city, security, fencing, what the mayor thought was included. No, the $10,000 is to remove the fencing and to make a barrier somewhere. So this is just way too vague. We are not in charge. We should have been in charge. We should, the way it works, the principal decides what needs to be done. You usually have an architect and then you go out to contractors. This is backwards. And I'm sorry that people spend so much time on this, but I spend a lot of time on it as well. So I'm not saying this lightly. I really gave this a lot of thought. I went there. We even measured the slope of the roof because I thought, wow, this is very detailed. But they say the roof surface is only 2% more than the flat surface. Like, wow, really? I know it's low. So we went there. It's probably 2.5% off. So these are things we should have been in charge. We should. Anyway, I've said it several times now. So that's why I cannot vote for this. So thank you. All right.
Councilmember McAdams?
I like to make a substitute motion. I move that we split the cost with Shay to demo the building.
Is there a second for that motion?
I second.
All right, so we'll take that motion first if people are ready to go through.
Microphone.
So we're going to first take up the second substitute motion, which is to split the cost to demo the building. I'm sorry.
Can I have
Councilmember,
discussion?
yeah, of course.
So the way I'm looking at this now, if we don't take their offer and I don't see this as a control thing. I don't agree that this is what it's all about, that the battle is the city should be in control of the things that they have decided. I just don't see it that way. But what the choices are for me is either we demo it with their help, or the choice of doing it so correctly now that we are going to end up spending so much for this building. That I'm not willing to do. I am not willing to say that, once we get all of this and we've got to do all the bids and we got to figure out all the doors that we want and, what kind of programs are going to go in here and which one to demolish, that is going to cost a lot of money. And if we don't have their money, then it's going to cost us a huge amount of money. And I probably am thinking like 5 million. And it's going to take a lot of staff time. It's going to take a lot of time and effort and public input. I mean, we're building a whole nother project for ourselves. That's out of our control now. I mean, we're not going to devote that kind of time to this. We don't have that bandwidth for the city, not our budget, nor our city staff. So if that's the choices, then I say, let's demo it.
Okay, I see the choice as as getting quotes, which is either free or very little money, takes a couple weeks. And then if the quotes come out to be 5 million, we might bulldoze it. If the quotes come out to be 1.5 million, maybe we do it. But we don't forego anything except the developer's donation. If we get a quote on the roofing and other necessary items, because I think we can agree there are some unnecessary items. We don't fix doors that we have no need for. We don't fix windows. We don't fix siding. Not fixing unnecessary items brings the cost down. So I'm thinking financially trying to save money, but it takes a couple weeks to get a quote on necessary repairs. Then when we have the information that is being refused to us tonight.
So discussion on the motion, but they're pulling their 1.8 million off the table. So how's that saving money?
Because
It's not. I mean, now
it would be, if it's 1.4 million for 5 items, including the roof, how much is it just for the roof and the necessary items? It might be less than 1.4 million. It depends on what the quote is, what needs to be replaced. From our perspective, they want to replace every piece of wood. From their perspective, that makes sense. Councilmember Bial.
I don't have the capability to know if the roofing is going to be less than 1.4 million. My sense of what I know about construction costs is that for that long of a building that we're looking at, the answer is we won't find anything cheaper than 1.4 million for a roof, or that they're not even assessing it as a full value of 1.4 million. But I think it's an exercise in futility. I can tell you that we're not going to come up probably, and I wish somebody with more knowledge than me could validate that. But my sense is that if we go down this route, we're just going to confirm that we need more money. That's all that I think is going to come out of it. And we're going to lose the 1.4 million. So I don't know where we go, but I don't think we need to go through a formal bid and get architects and all of that to find out if in fact, is this a deal or not?
Architects aren't part of the motion. It's just getting
She
a
had
quote.
mentioned
But
architects.
we have 3 motions on the floor. One of them is get a quote for necessary repairs. One is demolish, and one is take the offer as is. So those are 3 options that we can vote on. So we'll be done in about 5 minutes, I think. So the first motion we're going to vote on is to demo the building or not, or what to demo the building, yeah or not. So all in favor of, oh, sorry. Yes, go ahead.
So I think this is premature we don't have to decide it now. If we want to demo the buildings, we can do that later. Or we could have avoided this whole long discussion if staff had done what I requested, and that was just simply to get a quote for roofing, just for a roof, or if the developer had answered the question. When I asked staff, please give us a price, because I don't know either. But I'm concerned about this, that we are stuck with anything that's more than what's in the 2.7 million. And if you look at the descriptions, it's so insufficient for me. This is not, like I said, if we hadn't asked what is the quality of the paint, what is the quality of the roof, oh, by the way, what are the gutters? What materials are you using? I don't know. $10,000 for fences.
Don, please.
No, this was not in here. I asked for a quote just about the roof. If we had had that information tonight, this could have been way faster.
Can you please maintain your order?
So I would really plead to not demolish, make the decision yet to demolish. We can do that later if that comes out. But it needs to be based on prices, on how to breakdown.
Councilmember Viola, thank you.
May I just speak to Mr. Hofer from the dais? Please stay. This is frustrating, but it's frustrating for us and we need you here. So please help us by staying here. I know you're frustrated, but that's not, we have to stick this out to the end of the decision. So,
Don, please, Don, you're out of order. Please maintain order. Oh, Don, please maintain your order. We've just lost our community partner.
well,
Okay, let's go to a vote unless there's further comment. The first vote is on the substitute motion to demolish the building or not. All in favor, please say aye.
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 No. All opposed, please say no.
No.
No. Okay, so the next substitute motion is mine.
I think it was mine.
Okay, and I'm sorry. So this motion is to take the developer's offer as is. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say no.
No.
That motion fails. The original motion was get a quote on necessary repairs. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, please say no.
No.
Okay, thank you. That motion passes 3-2 with council members McAdams and Viola dissenting. Okay, so we have, thank you, everybody. Thank you to Marina Community Partners for all the time that a lot of people have been into this, but especially the Shea team. So now we're going to move on to Kimberly Horn and speed limits. Is that correct? Time to move on.
Promise you will slow down.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Denny's is already closed.
The sound. Yeah, click. Okay. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Ali Mustafa. I am with the consulting firm Kimberly Horn and Associates. I am the project engineer for the Marina Street study, and I have with me Frederick Venter, who is the project manager for the Marina Street study. What we are here to present the new legislation, which is AB 43, Assembly Bill 43, and we're going to talk about the progress of the Marina Speed study, and we are also going to present some examples how we're going to use the new legislation to come up with the speed limits. So what is Assembly Bill 43? The bill was approved by the governor in late 2021. The California law gives the local government more authority to set and lower speed limits on roads within their cities, particularly in residential and business districts, allowing them to prioritize pedestrians and bicycle safety by reducing speed in area where we have high concentration of vulnerable population.
It provides cities with greater flexibility to establish speed limits based on local conditions and safety concerns. So it gives the cities more authority to set up the speed limits. In summary, it focuses on safety. It gives local authorities more power to lower speed limits, and it aligns with cities' vision zero, which basically aims to eliminate the fatalities. So as we all know, speed limits cannot be set arbitrarily. So we need a engineering and traffic survey. So what is a engineering and traffic survey study? So it's a study conducted by agencies to assess the traffic conditions on roadway segments and determine what's the appropriate speed limit based on factors such as prevailing speeds, collision history, and road characteristics. Again, the key elements for TS study in short form are the prevailing speed, which is the 85th percentile speed. We look at the collision history for the last 3 years. We look at the roadway condition, which includes geometry, land uses, schools, presence of schools, bikes, and pedestrian facilities within the vicinity. We also look at the daily traffic volume, which is used to estimate the collision rates. And finally, this study actually gives us a recommendation for the new speed limits. We would like to spend some time on this table, actually. This table discusses how AB 43, the Assembly Bill AB 43 will be used to set and lower speed limits. So I'd like to spend some time on this table. We got this table from California Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And what we have done with this table is we have divided this table into sections so better understand the steps which are involved in this AB 43 process. So if you can look at the first column, which we are calling it step 1, that is the 85th percentile speed. So we need to determine what's the 85th percentile speed for a roadway segment. The second step, which is column 2, is once we determine the 85th percentile speed, we look at whether we need to round that speed to the nearest 5 miles per hour. So that's the second step that we need to do. That's the column 2. Once we round it up to the nearest 5 miles per hour, the step 3 kicks in, which we have 2 options for step 3. If you're rounding it up, then you can bring it down by 5 miles per hour. That is the column, the third column that you're looking at. And if your rounding to the nearest 5 is down, you may additionally lower by 5 miles per hour. So that's the additional flexibility that we get. Now, before we get into step 4, I guess we can talk about step 4. If a particular corridor is defined as a safety corridor, or if it's adjacent to a high area with high concentration of bicyclists and pedestrians, we may additionally lower the speed limit by additional 5 miles per hour. So before we dive in detail and look at an example with some numbers, let's briefly talk about how a safety corridor is defined and how you define areas with high concentration of pedestrians, bicycles. So a safety corridor, we can define safety corridor using crash weighting factors. The crash factors could be based on crash severity, whether it's a fatal accident or a severe injury accident. And it could also involve mode of travel, whether we are seeing more vehicle collisions or we are seeing more ped and bike collisions. And it also can depend on the location, whether within the disadvantaged community or within close proximity to vulnerable population, which includes schools and business districts. The safety corridor can also be defined using crash densities, basically, trying to look at the different roadway segments. We have multiple roadway segments, and each roadway segment is going to be of different lengths and is going to have different number of crashes. So we try to bring these segments on a common ground and normalize and bring them on a common scale, and we can assess identify the safety corridors based on crash density. And the third one is maintenance. City can, there's a typo over there. City can review safety data and reassess the speed limits also. So based on these, we can define the safety corridors. Similarly, how you define the high concentration of bicyclist and pedestrian requirements, that could be based on land uses. So land transit factors, land presence of pedestrian and bicyclist infrastructure and demographic factors and local safety data. So talk about land use. When we talk about land use, we're talking about employment centers, the places which generate a lot more pedestrian activity, schools and universities, senior centers, parks and recreation destinations. When we look at transit, we look at transit stops. I mean, where we have a transit center, we're going to see a lot of pedestrian activities happening within the transit center. We look at transit-oriented development, you're going to see a lot of people walking. When we look at pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, we look at sidewalks, presence of bikeways, presence of trail where we have a lot of more people coming in. So we can define areas using these pedestrian requirements, high concentration of pedestrian and bicycle requirements. Similarly, for demographic factors, we can look at vulnerable groups. Where's the presence of schools? Where's the presence of senior centers? Where we have people with disabilities, etc. We can also define, areas with high concentration of ped and bike using the local safety data, which city have already conducted. If the city has already conducted road safety audit and local road safety plan, and have identified the areas which are, with high concentration of ped and bike, we can actually use that to determine these areas within the city limit. So let's get in. Let's work with some numbers. The first example that you see is, here is, once you determine the speed limit, which is 85th percentile speed limit, which is step 1, which you can see in the column 1. The number that you see up there is from 47.5 miles to 50 miles per hour. It's just a number, just for understanding purposes. The first step is determining the 85th percentile speed. We get that speed from the traffic survey that we're going to do, and we're going to collect the speed data. The second step is to round it to the nearest 5. So if you look at that 47.5 to 50 miles per hour, rounding it to the nearest 5 will get us to 50 miles per hour. That is step 2, the column 2. Now, when we go to step 3, since we are rounding it up, step 3, column number 3 applies. So basically what we are doing is, if your rounding is up to nearest 5 miles per hour, you may round down and bring it down to 45 miles per hour. So these are all AB 43 recommendations, which give us the flexibility to come up with the speed limits. The column 4, which involves the rounding to the nearest, is down, which is not applicable for this case. So it's not, that's a no, that's not applicable. But then when you look at step 4, you can further reduce the speed limit by another additional 5 miles per hour if you have already defined that corridor as a safety corridor or a corridor with high concentration of ped and bike activity. So that gives us flexibility. As you can see, we started with 50 miles per hour. We ended up with 40 miles per hour if we follow the process and all the boxes get checked. So this is another example which talks about instead of rounding it up to the nearest 5 miles per hour, which is column number 2, if you round it down to nearest 5 miles per hour, you can further reduce it down. In step 3, as you can see, rounding to the nearest gets us to 45 miles per hour. Column 3 doesn't apply because we're rounding it down. And so column 4 applies, which is step 3, and we can additionally reduce it down by 5 miles per hour. And then on top of that, if this is defined as a safety corridor, again, we can take an additional 5 miles per hour, which gets us to 35 miles per hour. So this is actually how the table looks like. A couple more examples with populated numbers. What actually we wanted to show with the red box is, if we haven't defined the safety corridors and we haven't defined the areas with high concentration of ped and bike, we may stop at column 4, which is step 3, and we look at the collision data that we're going to collect, and then we are going to give a recommendation based on that. But if we need to proceed ahead, and if we have the safety corridors defined and the areas of high pedestrian activity, then we can take it further, and we can further reduce it down by 5 miles per hour. These are the sections. I'm not going to go in detail. We have briefly talked about this one. This talks about safety corridors. Basically, what it's telling you is, if after completing the study, if the city finds that the speed limit is more than reasonable or safe, the city can actually, by ordinance, reduce the speed limit by additional 5 miles per hour, provided that either of the following, based on either of the following reasons, which is it is designated as a safety corridor or it is designated as a high concentration of pedestrians and bicyclists. There is another tool in the AB 43 toolbox, which is section 22358.8. This section, we can treat it as an alternate step. I guess it's step 5. You can call it a step 5. So if a local authority, city finds out that after doing the engineering survey, the speed limit is more than reasonable or safe, then the local authority by ordinance retain the current speed limit. They have the flexibility to retain the current speed limit or restore the immediately prior speed limit, provided that speed limit was determined by a ENTS study, again, engineering and traffic survey study, and a registered engineer has basically evaluated the section of the highway and determined that no additional lanes have been added to that particular section. If that criteria is met, then you can actually keep the existing speed limit or the speed limit which was set prior. We can actually look at some examples also specific to city of Marina, roadway segments further down. Another section that we have as part of the AB 43 is business activity district. This doesn't have to do with any of the table which I showed you before, but local authority has, by ordinance, you can declare a 25 or 20 miles per hour speed limit next to the business district. And the business district usually is classified here as neighborhood downtowns, urban villages, and commercial land uses, which prioritizes which you see in downtown and neighborhood scale. One thing to note in AB 43 is the total reduction that we are making should not exceed the 12.4 miles per hour. So you can't keep reducing it to the point that we like. There are some restrictions. So we need to make sure that we don't exceed more than 12.4 miles per hour. So that's the summary for AB 43. What AB 43 allows us to do in terms of setting up the speed limit. Now, we would like to provide you some input about the ongoing Marina speed study. We are currently working on the Marina speed study. We are looking at 45 roadway segments, which have been identified in coordination with the city. The data collection has been completed, which includes the speed and the volume data. We are working on the collision analysis right now. It's not complete. It's still in works. Today, we are here to seek guidance from the council on setting speed limits. So, we're going to provide some examples, and we probably would like to hear from you and, any concerns that you have. And then finally, we're going to come up with the recommended speed limits once the study is done. This table might not be that clear, but what we see in this table is the data that we have collected. We have collected the posted speed and the 85th percentile speed. This table on the right, the columns on the right, actually shows you the posted speed limit and the 85th percentile speed limit. In summary, we have all sort of options we see within the speed limit within the city. We see roadway segments where the 85th percentile speed is equal to the posted speed limit. We see roadway segments within the city where the 85th percentile speed is less than the posted speed limit. And we see segments where the 85th percentile speed is more than the posted speed limit. So the table continues. I'll just skip the table quickly. And then this figure actually shows you the existing posted speed limits and within the city, and the color coding is for the speeds that you're going to see. You see it today. There are two sections which we have highlighted. Section number roadway segment number 10 and roadway segment number 39. We're going to discuss in detail and see how AB 43 is applicable to these segments and how we end up with a speed limit using AB 43. So segment number 10, I mean, you guys are maybe much familiar with this segment, but segment number 10, Reservation Road from California Avenue to Salinas Avenue. The posted speed limit that we have is 45 miles per hour. We have done the data collection, and the data collection actually shows us the 85th percentile speed to be 51 miles per hour. So the 85th percentile speed is higher than the posted speed limit, which is out there. We looked at the roadway characteristics for that segment, and it's a 4-lane arterial with divided median. We have on-street parking. We have presence of sidewalk. We have presence of driveways. There's a good visibility, but we do also have horizontal and vertical curves. And the surrounding land uses, we see a mix of residential and commercial. The daily volume data that we collected was close to 14,700 vehicles. And then collision analysis, as I told you before, we are working on the collision analysis, is not complete yet. So how do we use AB 43 for this particular segment? So this is going back to the table which we talked about before. As you can see, the step 1 is the first column, which talks about the 85th percentile speed. As the data showed, the 85th percentile speed was 51 miles per hour. So that's what you see in step 1. The step 2 is we need to round the 85th percentile speed to the nearest 5 miles increment. So the rounding will get us to 50 miles per hour. So it's basically a rounding down. Since we are rounding down, the column 3, which talks about rounding up, doesn't apply, but the column 4 applies, which if you're rounding it down to the nearest 5, you may additionally lower it by 5 miles per hour. So you can see we start with 51, rounding gets us to 50 miles per hour, step 2, and then the step 3 gets us to 45 miles per hour. Now, if we stop there, and if you look at the recommended speed that we end up after step 3, we end up with 45 miles per hour, which is nothing but the existing posted speed limit. So you can actually, I mean, if the council is okay with the speed limit which exists out there, we basically keep that recommendation, and our recommendation could be maintaining the existing speed limit. However, if that particular section of the corridor is designated as a safety corridor or a corridor with high concentration of pedal bike facilities, we can lower it further by additional 5 miles per hour. So the speed limit can be further lowered from 45 miles per hour to 40 miles per hour. So that's what you see at the the last row that you see there. So we took another example. I mean, this is probably the last example before we get open for discussion. This segment is Lake Drive from Palm Avenue to Reservation Road. The posted speed limit that we have on this segment is 25 miles per hour. The data collection actually showed the 85th percentile speed to be much higher, 36 miles per hour. People are driving fast. The roadway characteristics that we see is a tool and collector. We have on-street parking, sidewalks, driveways. There are no bike lanes, and we have primary residential land use within the vicinity. The daily traffic volume is around 15-20 vehicles, and as I mentioned, the collision history, we are still looking at the collision data. So if we follow the same AB 43 steps and then try to see where we end up with the speed limit, the first step is to determine the speed, 85th percentile speed, which is 36 miles per hour. The second one is rounding to the nearest 5 miles per hour. So that gets us to 35 miles per hour. Since, again, this is a rounding down, this third column doesn't apply. The fourth column applies, which is step 3, where you can further reduce it down by 30 miles per hour. Now, again, if we stop at step 3 and we compare with the existing posted speed limit, you can see that we end up at 30 miles per hour, which is higher than the posted speed limit of 25 miles per hour. Now, if this particular corridor, I'm taking an example. If this particular corridor is not designated as a safety corridor or a corridor with high concentration of pedal bike, we can use another tool in the AB 43 toolbox, which is basically, we talked about the section 22358.8, which allows the local agency by ordinance to, use the, have the current speed limit as the recommended speed limit or the speed limit prior to that. So if we don't end up where we want to end up and we find the speeds to be not safe and reasonable, we can use by ordinance and we can use the current posted speed limit, and we can have the recommendation of keeping the existing posted speed limit, which is 25 miles per hour. So these two examples actually shows you how we can use AB 43 to get to a recommended speed limit. Obviously, we are working on the collision data. So once we have the collision data, we're going to, summarize the recommendations using AB 43. I think that's the last slide I have. I'd like to open up to any discussions, any comments to the city.
Thank you very much. I think my original thought was that tonight was going to be to learn about the new law and not make decisions on speed limits on, 20 streets. And this has been great for that. But maybe we go further tonight. I don't know what my colleagues are thinking. But our typical thing here, a typical procedure is to go to the public, but our city manager has some input first, and then we'll go to the public.
Sorry. Just from a matter of process, let me just throw this out and really appreciate Kimberly Horn for this presentation because it accomplished exactly what we wanted to know, is that we actually have some tools. You look at those examples and you say, wow, we would have been in trouble. We would have been increasing. And now you can see that we do have some tools. And so from a process point of view, what I'm thinking is let them continue on, finish their data analysis, look at all the collisions, all those other impacts. And then once we have that information, we'll review it as staff and then get it to the council like a couple weeks ahead of time so that you can look at that data, walk out there, observe it, and then maybe schedule a study meeting, not a council meeting. And because I think you'll want to spend a lot of time and just spend that study session. And the key is if you have that report several weeks in advance, then it gives you the time to really look at that, digest it, and then we'll have a study meeting. And then if it takes multiple study meetings, yet so be it. The end result is end up with some guidance on, okay, this is what you officially want to bring back to the council meeting for approval. So that is a suggestion on the process.
All right, let's go to the public. Anyone present would like to speak? Not seeing anyone rise, we'll go to the remote folks. Anyone wishing to comment on this item remotely, please raise your hand as Denise Turley has done. And let's start with Denise. Welcome back, Denise.
Hi, thanks. I completely agree with what Lane had to say because speed limit and conditions and everything are so specific to an area. And my addition would be that they consider where the floor tag trail is. There might not be heavy bicycle traffic right this minute, but it's certainly coming up. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for staying with us, Denise, this late. Okay, anyone else wishing to raise their hand to speak, please do so. We'll give you a moment. Okay, we'll close public comment. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. It sounds like we're not going to go down the road of asking detailed questions, which I'm fine with, but I'm wondering if as a council, we can give general direction that this council, if this is true, is interested in using all the tools available to reduce speed limits. I know for me, very personally, I think that is beneficial to the city. I'm tired of seeing dead dogs, dead animals on the side of the road. I'm tired of seeing people get hit. I'm tired of having to explain why, we don't have traffic enforcement. I know that's not an issue that you're going to be addressing, but for me, I would like to see us really dig deep into the tools that are available to reduce speed limits. And I would like to give that direction if there is consensus on that is.
Yeah, I think that's in line with what the city manager envisioned, diving deep in a study session. Okay, Councilmember Biala?
I hope I make sense at this hour, but I mean, this is a lot of information so late. So before, when we talked about speed limits here, there was a system that we were using, and I can't even explain it, but it resulted in us feeling that we were trapped to solidify higher speed limits and that we could only change it. I don't even remember it, but we were all really disappointed. So is this whole new, ordinance it's helping us to reverse those things? Okay, because
That's
okay.
if you didn't show up that first example, I think that would help Kathy understand that.
It's very similar to the old way. It just has some extra steps that we can take we couldn't before.
Okay.
Okay.
You can just tell me yes or no.
Well,
It's-
but
I understand. I see all this, I see the steps, but I don't know what steps we were doing before to to make the conclusion that we had to all comply with
That
higher.
one, next one, next one, next one, next one.
So on this one, right, the speed limit is 45, right? Probably. If we did the 81st percentile, which was the old law, we had to post 50.
Okay, so the 85 percentile is the one we were operating on.
Yep.
Okay, I just needed that bit of information.
And you can
Thank
see
you.
now you have the ability to bring it down.
Got it.
So go to your next slide. I think it's the next one where you had that actual example. Next one, I guess. Next one. Keep
About the
going.
streets, reservation
Yeah,
road. Yes, I
oh,
understand
sorry.
all that.
Okay.
I just didn't understand like. So our existing posted
Yeah,
is
so-
the result
okay,
of the
back up.
85
It was that one.
percentile.
So go back up. So under the old program,
Yeah,
this one here, posted
Yes.
speed limit 45,
yes.
85th percentile is 51.
Yes.
So under the old program before the new law,
We had to go.
you would
with
have had
50.
to do
Yes,
50.
okay.
Yeah, so round it down to the nearest 5 miles per hour, which
Got
gets
it.
us to 50 miles.
Now I
and then-
understand it. I didn't understand the 85 percentile was the post. I understood it was well, I didn't understand. The posted is what we were doing using the 85 percentile speed method. Okay,
So now this method actually gives us more flexibility to
Yes.
look at pedestrians and the
Yes.
safety concern, address
Yes.
safety concerns.
okay, great. Thank you for
Okay,
framing that.
can you stay where you are? On segment 10, it says horizontal and vertical curve. What's a horizontal? I'm sorry, go back one to where you just were. Right there. What is a horizontal curve and what's a vertical curve?
The vertical curve is actually the dip that you're going to see up and down.
Okay,
And the horizontal curve is the shift that you see within when you go straight.
okay.
left
So
and right, when.
there's red curb there. And the residents there want the red curb gone. But the Traffic Safety Committee said they could not remove the red curve because of the horizontal curve. They couldn't remove the red curb because of the horizontal curve, which would make it unsafe, so that didn't have a good sight distance. So my question is, does this horizontal and vertical curve lead us to less safe? So more need of lower speed limit?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the factor, yes.
All right. All right. And then on segment 39, can you go up to the next example?
Sure.
Which was your second of two examples on Lake. So on this street, it's got to be one of the densest residential areas we have with tons of on-street parking but I don't see here like dense residential use. But to me, it would qualify as lots of pedestrians, high density, so that we should lower this as much as we can. And I think that, can you go to your recommendation example? One slide further, maybe? You had a
Skip that.
recommendation.
Yeah, right.
There you go. So it's currently, what is it currently?
It's 25 miles per hour.
And you're right. So this is my big question here. So how do you get to 25? Because it says if the corridor is not a safety corridor, let's say we don't designate it a safety corridor, which I think we could, but let's say that we don't. The local agency may retain the adopted speed. So under what rationale would we retain the adopted speed?
The new, the AB 43, how it says a new section, which is 22.358.8, which is listed over there. And then a couple of slides back, we talk about those things.
So you don't need rationale.
That allows us, yeah, by ordinance, you
huge.
have the right to keep the posted speed limit, provided that the previous speed limit was, determined based using the ENTS study. So if we have that, and then if we can also verify that no additional general purpose lane has been added to that particular segment, we are not increasing capacity, which caused this increase in 85% speed, then we can actually retain the existing speed limit.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you very much for staying so late or early. And just in general, I know Councilmember McCarthy is my buddy for this, and we fought so hard as members of the public. And to to lower some of the proposed speed limits. And, but in general, there, I had to admit over the years that some of those increased speed limits, and that's on 2nd Avenue and Indian, actually are good, I think. So it really depends. No, it's, and if we want to have the traffic stay out of the neighborhoods, you don't want to lower the collective arterial. That's it. You know what I mean. So anyway, but it will be interesting to go over this again. So we're looking forward to it.
Great question. I think once we come back, let's have those discussions on the individual.
Yes.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Sorry, and I'm kicking myself for even asking another question, but one of the things we talked about 6-7 years ago was near Lock Pattern, for example, there's certain areas that have a tremendous amount of wildlife. Does the SB 43 reduce our ability to reduce speed limits based off of wildlife presence, or does that remain the same, or is that kind of?
I think it would reside to the land use type, right? So we could probably put the park and the wildlife as a sensitive land use element that we can bring into consideration, but they don't talk about wildlife.
Okay, and the only reason I ask is that's obviously an area that your traffic counters probably don't catch, and you probably don't have a lot of insight into. So when we come back, I'd like to have that discussion and with the thought that there are these areas that.
One of the parameters that we're going to look at is the road characteristics and what is within the vicinity of that particular road segment. So obviously the land use is going to play that thing, and then we can use the land use information to make our recommendations. Thank you very much, man.
Approve the dog park rules, but we needed to do it as a roll call vote. So the first thing we do is I'm going to motion that we reconsider that vote.
Second.
And if there's no comments, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now we're going to vote again. All in favor of adopting the dog park rules. Oh, I'm sorry, slow down. I'll motion that we adopt the dog park rules as recommended. And if there's a second, then we'll roll call, please. Anita, are you still awake?
Yeah, I'm still here. Councilmember McAdams,
Aye.
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, thank you. That motion passed unanimously with all of us present. Thank you, Anita. And I think we are adjourned.
I think so. Yes. Let me just ask, the last item was increasing 1.7 million to Sea Haven. If that was a discussion you wanted to have, then I'd say let's put it off. But if you're okay with that, that would help that project move on quicker.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. You guys just want to knock it out and say, do it?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, let's unadjourn the meeting. Okay. All right. So a motion, please.
So moved.
Okay. And this is on item 13D.
Second.
Additional 1.8 million. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, that was moved by McAdams and seconded by Biala. Now we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
You made